Yo! Wait. There we go. Hey, Hunter! It was your birthday recently, right? What's up? What's up, guys? How you guys doing? Full-on cosplay. That's right, baby! But it's not that good. I had to buy the separate stuff to make it at work. Is that the red? Yeah, it is the red. You need 100 times more points. It's so dumb, though. My controller wasn't working. Wait, I'm trying to fix the... Technical difficulties. Oh, it's fine, actually. My controller wasn't working. So now I have to use my hands on my keyboard, which is annoying. I'm actually gonna go get another controller. I'll be right back. You have to say nothing the entire stream? True. Hey, congrats, Hunter. Sell me a drink when I come to New York. I'll get you one. It looks on point? Okay, good. I'm a blood? Now I'm Crip. Alright, I'll be right back, guys. Sorry. I gotta go get another controller since this one isn't working. I don't know, this one's not working. Let me try to fix it. I gotta do this, though. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Hunter. Happy birthday to you. Even though I'm a bit late. I'll be right... Should I be right back? Let me see if this controller will work. But this is a hardcore Nuzlocke. Rules are on the top right, for anyone wondering. Let me just pause this. Input. Basically, it keeps putting different buttons for some reason. Oh, now it's working. Oh, now it's working. Now it's working, baby. Hey, it's working. Okay. You're wearing red, not blue. I know. I just want to say something else. Can you please clip that and send it to me? Sure. I'll do that. I'll be sure to do that. Whew. I'm gonna write a reminder. Today's doctor's birthday, actually. Clip and send to Hunter. How you doing, bro? How's everyone doing? Oh my god, this costume makes me sweat, so you better appreciate it. We're gonna start a freaking hardcore Nuzlocke, baby. I can't catch any Pokemon, okay? No items in battle, set mode. If a Pokemon dies, it's dead forever. This is like hardcore stuff, baby. I'm Fane. I'm Fane? Well, actually, because I love you forever. Yeah, I will. I'm good by my friends, not good? Sheesh. Yeah, I know. You have the same birthday as my dad. So it's hard to forget. October 4th. Oh. We're gonna start, baby. We starting it. I should have shaved. So the cosplay is perfect. But I'm a bad streamer and I didn't shave. How is this possible? How is what possible? How is what possible? Steam has an update? I don't care, Steam. My name is Oak. Oh, look at that shoulder. It's all gonna be random Pokemon. Happy birthday, horny pink dad. I'll let him know. I'll be like, Hunter said happy birthday to you. Am I a boy or a girl? Let's go with boy. Since we're not... Well, I'm gonna name myself Ping. But I want to do a theme for every guy that we name here. Alright? Last time was kind of family, right? This time, I kind of want it to be family-based also, but that doesn't really make sense. This is my grandson! This time, let me think. If it's, what did I want to do? Oh yeah, because we can't catch any Pokemon. Each Pokemon is even more special. So they have to have like very nice, they have to have like names representing like Like philosophical, huge things. How about viewers? Oh, fine. I'll name them after you guys. Fine. What should his name be? Oh, I know what his name should be. Because this will go on YouTube later. Damn it, it doesn't fit. Never mind. I was gonna write sub to pink. God damn it. Name one after me for my birthday, maybe? Yeah. I'll name it after you guys. Sure, we'll name the Pokemans after you guys. Or, you know, your suggestions. Sub to me. Oh, that's beautiful. Thank you. Sub to pig? That would work, but no. That's a good one. Sub to me. Beautiful. Asshat, I shat. Too late. Name rival Diego. No. Sub to me. Because they have to know. That's right. I remember. His name is Sub to me. You don't even remember your own nephew's name, bro. What'll... Yo, does that not look like me? Look at that guy. Look how sexy he looks. Look at that. Look at that. And then look at this. Look at this. That's me. I'm red. See what he... I'm red. It's identical. Anyway. I shat. Nah. I have to do sub to me. I have to do that, you know? So then people will subscribe. That's how it works. That's how the YouTube game is. I was thinking of getting a wig too, but his hair is brown in this game, but it's black in the original. So I'm like, you know what? It's fine. Give me my potion, baby. You even on jeans? Of course I'm on jeans. No, I'm not on jeans. I purposefully did not get jeans or wore jeans, because then I'm like, I'm not gonna do that. You guys don't see. You guys don't know. Maybe I am on jeans. All boys leave home someday. It's so on TV. Why, you can't think for yourself, mother? Jesus. Bro, none of the mothers do it. Bro, why are you just sitting at the table and doing nothing? I swear to God, I don't understand this. The Pokemon. Let's see what our starter is gonna be. Wait, don't go out. It's unsafe. All right, oh, give me a Pokemon. All right, let's see what our Pokemon's gonna be, guys. Let's see what we're getting. What will we get? Hey, how about me? All right, let's see. We have a Clamperl. I don't want no Clamperl. We have a Houndoom. Okay, that's pretty hot. That's a hot Pokemon. We have a Shuppet. I'm gonna go with Houndoom because I have a dog and he's a dog. Let's go. We might die right now though. Oh yeah, nickname. What are we nicknaming him? Come on, guys, give me some ideas. Give me some ideas. Remember, we cannot catch one Pokemon. We're not allowed to catch one Pokemon. So every Pokemon we get is gonna be from not catching. So they have to be very beautiful, unique, beautiful names. Diego, name him just Diego. Just name him Diego. It has to be a unique... Shuppet is low-key solid. Yeah. But Houndoom is a dog, and it's cooler to me because I have a dog. Shuppet is a good name. A good one, though. Hunter Diego. How about Hunter Diego? No, it's too long, probably. Fine. We'll go with Diego. What original names? What original names? Let's see what happens to Diego. You take the Clamperl. What an asshole. He knew that he would kill me with the Clamperl. My Pokemon looks a lot tougher. Shut up! Stupid sub to me. Normal ghost type Shuppet, kinda pog. Actually, you're 100% right. Shuppet would be pretty pog. It is a randomizer, so. Darkfire is a good combo. I don't blame you for the choice over Shuppet. Normal ghost type Shuppet, kinda pog. Yeah. Hunter x Hunter Diego. Imagine Diego dies. Diego could die right now. Okay, I know how to play Pokemon. Oh, let's go. Let's go. What? Don't tell me he has water gun or something, right? He doesn't have water gun. Iron defense. Oh, we lost. We lost. We definitely lost. Okay. Diego died. Alrighty then. Time to restart. Sheesh. Oh, now I have to do this whole thing all over again. Every time I restart, I have to like freaking... Because I put a new randomizer. I have to like set it up again. Okay. Alright. Well, he died. So now I have to like press all these different buttons. I have to go here. I have to go here. I have to go here. Okay, so yeah, I have to oh my god. Then I have to go to the freaking resets. And I have to type in 1. Guys, this is a hard job. Alright, let's go back to the game. You died because you didn't name it Hunter? True. I'll name it Hunter this time. Alright. Oh, now it's a Spinnerack. I'm a boy. My name is Pink. The annoying thing in this game, Gary always picks... He always picks the guy that's super effective to your guy. Like, what a fascist. You know what I mean? Was it Sub to me? Oh yeah, that's his name. I forgot. I could have used a potion. I'm stupid. I don't know. I don't even know if that would have done anything though. You didn't name rival Sub to me, bro? I did. I did name him. What are you talking about? Whatever. It's probably gonna be a. Alright, come on. Okay, I'll tell you what we're getting. The moment of truth. Are you sure? It says Sub to me, bro. Bro. I named him Sub to me. I didn't do all caps Sub, though. I screwed it up, but it's fine. A Chikorita. A Bulbasaur? What the hell? Or a Clefairy? Huh. What do you guys want? Reroll? Nah, we don't reroll. It's all random. We don't just reroll unless we lose. I'm thinking Bulbasaur too. What would Red pick? Red would pick Charizard, but... No, what do you mean reroll? We can't just reroll. Alright, if 3 people call reroll, and one of them is me, then we'll reroll. We'll go with Bulby. Alright, what are we naming him? Hunter? Hunter x Hunter? Or Hunter? Well, to be fair, Hunter said he died because he didn't name him Hunter. So we'll go with Hunter. And then I could try to spell Diego and say Hunter space die. Diego. We'll go with Hunter. Hunter is a cool name. I'm sorry, Diego. You might be next. What will you name if you get an actual Hunter? We'll name him Diego. Alright, let's beat this guy. Let's beat Sub to me, baby. You got a Chikorita? Oh, please. I know how to... This is gonna be so easy. Tackle. Tackle. Ha! Loser. What a loser Pokemon. How do you miss? Tackle. I think we won this. Oh my god, this is intense. Look at this intense battle. Oh! Critical hit, baby! Let's go, Hunter. Let's go. Oh my god. He knows what's up. Hunter knows what's up. Look at him. Such a good boy. Get out of here, sub to me. I picked the wrong starter. No, you just suck. Yes. Yes, yes. I just stole money from like a 5-year-old. Alright, so if you guys pay attention, it says a level cap 14 up top. Basically, until I beat each gem leader, there's a level cap. I think mommy heals me. Let's go, mommy. I love you, girl. So right now we're at 1... Yeah. Yes, I know how to play the game. Stupid. Told you, bro. You're kind of right. Gen 2 stars have same stats as Gen 1 stars? Really? How about Gen 3? Hoot hoot. Disgusting. And we can't catch you because we don't have balls, but we can't catch Pokemon anyway. So yeah, if we get our hunter above level 14, then we have to get rid of him because it's illegal. He would be too strong. I can't control him. He would destroy me. So that's the logic. That's why I'm not fighting any of these randoms to get XP. Alright. Now, the one important thing is there is a rival battle to the left, and he has 2 level 9s. Why'd I do that? So I'm gonna have to have Hunter, you know, good enough to deal with it. Sub to me will always have his starter, but his other Pokemon will be randomized. Ooh, a Lairon. Alright, let's go here. I got you, bro. I got you, bro. Okay, we can't use any balls, so we're just gonna ignore that. Let's go get the map. Let's go! Thank you, Days. What the hell? Yo. No wonder Sub to me has a terrible, like, attitude. His house has no beds. This is so depressing. And he has no parents. He just has a sister. Nothing wrong with his sister. It's just kind of depressing. Yo, what's up, Chris? How was it going, bro? How was the teaching going? How'd the teaching going? Damn possible Lairon. Are you getting the new Metroid game? Nope. Why would I want to piss my pants, bro? I'm not about that life. But look, I'm a Pokemon trainer. I spent a lot of money on this costume. I mean, it was really cheap. Go! I wish I had a wig for it, but, you know, there's no wig for this character. I'll pretend I have brown hair. Oh, look at this loser. I don't need to know how to catch Pokemon. I'm not gonna catch any Pokemon. Oh my god. Thank god we have the fast forward button. Get out of my face. Get out of my face. Thank you. Hey, what's up, Dino? It wasn't as good as I thought money-wise. Oh. AliExpress? Nope. Amazon. If I was smart, I would. I needed it fast, that's why. For today's stream. I should have gone AliExpress. Gucci store? Bro. Bro. What's with the costume? Guys. 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 I'm red. I'm red. Do you see this? I'm red. I'm literally red. I'm literally red. Except this thing doesn't stay, bro. This thing... It doesn't stay, but I'm red. Okay? How will you get Pokemon? Watch and find out. I heard that garbage men earn more than teachers. That's definitely possible. I know sanitation engineers. Sanitation engineers earn quite a bit. Also because of pension, they get some good money. So, yeah. I've been good, still working. Pink turned red, exactly. You're just starting and already reset? Yeah. We got demolished. Dinell. That actually might be true. Yep. Viridian Forest. I think we have to get through the forest. Now, we could get... So we can't use items... We can't use items in battles. Which makes battling scary. What happened to the audio? What the hell? I fast forward so much the game's like, what are you doing? X accuracy. Can't use it. Useless. Useless move. my god. Stop. Jesus. Little Hunter is just getting abused. What's going on with the audio? Jesus Christ. I'm gonna try to fix it. No, I don't know. I don't know what happened. Alf? What's Alf? Alright. We don't need to verse this guy, right? Items are still randomized, though. So we could get some cool items. Do you get only 6 potem? No. So, ooh, max potion. The way we're doing it, okay, a regular Nuzlocke, if a Pokemon dies, it dies forever. If it faints, it dies forever. Hardcore Nuzlocke is a little different. First of all, there's set mode, which means every time a new Pokemon comes out, you can't automatically change to a different guy. Or, like, choose to change to a different guy. We're gonna skip this guy for now. There's that. Oh, Mareep would be so nice to have. But there's also, on the top right, you see, no items in battle, so I can't heal in the middle of a battle, and I can't catch any Pokemon. You'll see how I get Pokemon, though. We need to train a bit. I think level 14 was fine. We'll train a bit in here. That's not what I want to train against. Frickin' Koala. Bruh! What is this? Huh? Can you give me something that won't kill me? What is Bulbasaur die to again? I'll be watching YouTube videos. Alright, see you, Dino. Thanks for popping in, baby. Ampharos is Pog. I had Ampharos in my last run. Check it out on youtube.com. Bulbasaur weakness. I'm a genius. I know it's fire and ice and flying. Psychic also. Fire, ice, flying, psychic. He might have a, like, confusion or something. Bro, is there anyone I could train against here? There's a trainer coming up. Ah! Oh my god! Hunter's about to die. There's no normal Pokemon in here. Are you... Ah! Well, that was a level 3. Bro, like... Ah! Are you using Pichokula? What am I supposed to do against the... Okay, finally. Hey, what's up, Mac? Reset, here we go. Not yet, not yet. Flying fire. Yeah, ice and psychic, I think. I was playing the new cookie run update. Nice. You got the new cookie, didn't it? Oh, I did use an item in battle. Oh, I forgot. I'm sorry. I slapped myself in the face, if that means anything. I completely forgot. That was so instinctual. I've never played a hardcore Nuzlocke in my life. Can you stop getting paralyzed, you idiot? Thank you, Hunter. Jesus Christ. Alright. Oh, you don't even need to verse this guy. I'm using this max potion, which is kind of stupid, but whatever. We're gonna ignore that happened, Hunter. You could skip all of these trainers. Are you serious? Oh, there's one ahead, though, right? Okay, I'll take you out. Ha! You can't put me to sleep. I'm paralyzed, stupid. So is random Pokemon limited only to that? No, it's random Pokemon everywhere. Everything is random. In Brick Bronze, my team's level 75. I don't know what that is, but that sounds pretty awesome. Is that a ROM hack? Let's go, Hunter. Let's go. Let's go! An actual useful move with a lot of OP Pokemon. Oh. Alright. First trainer... Why I gotta ruin it, Loudridge? First trainer battle, baby. Let's go! Let's go! Let's go? Soul Rock. Soul Rock, you don't have any moves. You're level 9. Oh, come on! Are you sick? You got like 3 of the same ones. They're randomized, but like let's say there only be 4 Pokemon in one route, then like that's just how the game works. So those Pokemon will be randomized, but it'll only show those 4 Pokemon. The Pokedex is 26. Oh, it's a Roblox Pokemon game. Ah. Well, we lost. We lost. GG's. Goodbye, Hunter. God damn it, this is hard. This is harder than I thought it would be. We're on number 5. Jesus Christ. Whoa. Da 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 da. Sorry for that sound. I just had to resize it. Okay. We're ready now. We'll just restart that. Boom. Can starter be named after me this time? Sure. What's the difference? Starter's gonna die anyway. Yes, your name is Oak. I don't care. So we're gonna actually train up our starter this time more. Okay, we're learning. To be fair, grass types have so many weaknesses, so we couldn't do much there. You know, I was practicing before to see like if everything is good before I start the stream, and I got a Zapdos as the first starter. I was like, "Are you serious?" But I didn't do that run because, you know, that'd be cheating. Can you name Midori? If the Pokemon is green, sure. If we get to the second Pokemon. Makes me want to play again. It's actually good though, and pink rockin' Pokemon drip. Hell yeah. Yeah, I'll name it Midori. Yeah, play is fun, bro. I remember seeing that Zapdos. Yeah, I sent a picture on the Discord. All right, let's do all this again. Okay, what are we getting? What are we getting? What are we getting? A Plusle. Okay. A Meryl. Okay. A Chimicho. I don't even know what to get. Groudon. I give my luck to you to get a good starter. Get the Meryl? But if I get the Meryl, he's gonna get the Plusle. And then if the Plusle has an electric move, then I have to reset again. Chimicho better have a move. I'm gonna get the Chimicho. Azumarill is great, but it's gonna die to Plusle. If it dies, Chi, then you owe me $1. We're gonna get a Meryl. This is a Meryl. Stop playing Roblox Pokemon. Play some real Pokemon and you would know what a Meryl is. Oh, because Chris spelled it wrong. Water Ball. A Weasel. Alright, let's name him Chi. All caps. Chi! Yes, you picked the Plusle. What a smart guy. If you have an electric move, baby, I'm gonna... You better not have an electric move. Oh, okay. Well, technically it has an electric move, but... Deal, $1 only. Spark, maybe. Yeah, that's a good... It might have Spark. Okay, Growl. What a stupid Plusle. Ha! It doesn't have any moves. Don't be sorry, Mac. Captions thought of that as G, not Chi. Lol. Long fight, am I right? Okay, this is actually a good... This is actually turning out well. Like the outfit? Thank you. I like the outfit too. Let's check ability after this. Let's. It said he's paralyzed, but he's not even paralyzed. What the hell? Did you guys see that? It doesn't show that he's paralyzed. Alright, Chi. Oh, now it shows. That was weird. Tail Whip, okay. Ability will make them... Damn, you got a lot of XP. Add, oh. You should cosplay. I haven't watched that yet. I know a lot of people watch that. Sushi in Japan is great. Okay? It's because you've been having sushi at the wrong place. Alright. Thanks for the rest, mommy. Hell yeah. Okay, let's see ability. What's your ability, baby? Huge power. I've never heard that before, but okay. I guess that's good. It has huge power, which ups its attack. Let's go! Pog. Let's go. Monkey do good. Let's go. Yes! Something we could actually practice against. Get out of my face. Get out of my face. We need... Apparently we need practice, because a soul rock might just come and demolish us. Okay, bye. I don't want you to... Alright, let's go. It boosts attack by 1 stage. Oh, Jesus, that's amazing. Damn it. I was hoping no one would hydrate. I forgot to fill up my water. We'll be right back. After these messages. Excuse me. We'll be right back. To be honest, I did want water, so. Go to redacted link for cum in 1 second. Joke. Wow, Mac, you're so funny. By the way, did you download? Nope. They have 5 downloads. I didn't download because I'm probably not gonna. If I download them, I'm not gonna download them for a long time. You know, I gotta beat this game, and then after we do this game, we're probably gonna do the next the new Pokemon game coming out in like a month. So that would be in some time, but I do keep it in mind. All right, let's go in here and help Mr. Oak. Come on, Oak. Wrong way. Ah, that's a big boy. Sup to me's house. What a dumb name. I'm just confused because Alvaro said they also didn't download them. Oh, yeah, okay. They talk so much. I'll do it eventually, don't worry. For my birthday, Fall Guys. No. Yeah, that sounds fair. Me and you play together? Sure. When's your birthday? I don't remember if you told me. I don't remember birthdays well. I write them down, though. So I probably have it written down somewhere. Alright, let's get some more practice in. Alright. Come on, Chi. Let's go. Chi means power in Japanese, too, so it's a great name. November 13th? Yeah, that probably works. Chi will win this. Chi did win. You think Chi will win this run? We're already on our... We already reset twice, but yeah, hopefully. I don't care about this, you stupid old man. And it's not because you're old, it's just because I don't need that information on. The 24-hour COD Cold War stream. Oh yeah, that's right. I will kill all. I hope so. Yes, yes. Nope. What are these Pokemon? Jesus. Can you, like, get out of my face? Yeah, no. Goodbye, Lil King. Woo! Thanks for the quiet lurk, I suppose. This guy doesn't verse you, right? Yeah, I don't know why I went around him. Shoal Salt. None of this is useful. Run away. Ah! Haha, loser. He didn't see me. I have a Hoopa and an Arceus. Jesus. There's gonna be a new legendary in the Legends game. Is there? I can't wait for the new Pokemon games to come out. I'm hoping the Legend one is good. What a loser. He's staring into nothingness. Okay, we have to verse this guy. I would like to get Chi to level... Ah, come on. Get out of my face. I would like to get Chi to level 7 before the first trainer battle. But yeah, let's just do that. The audio messes up when I speed up too much. Oh, there was a leak? When did that leak come out? Come on. Tackle him. Let's go. Let's go, Chi. I love you, girl. So cute. It's a cute Pokemon. Alright, we're gonna use the potion on the Chi. Because we're not taking any risks here, okay? Let's see what he has. A few days ago? Oh. Are you serious? You're level 9? Oh my god, I'm an idiot. I'm gonna die again. I didn't pay attention. Unless you don't attack me. Alright, next run, I have to train you up more, Chi. I'm such an asshole. Just don't tackle me, Azumarill. Don't tackle... No, you don't need to... Listen, you don't need to tackle me. You don't need to tackle me. No, you have another move. You don't... You could use your other move. You could use... Yeah, there you go. Use that move like 10 times in a row. Are you serious? Why would you use water gun? You know, if you use water gun, you'll still kill me. Jesus, I do like no damage. Maybe I should have tail whipped. Oh, I have one life! Oh my god. Will we get away? Will we survive? Will we actually kill this Pokemon? Nah, okay. Well, that was a quick run. GG's. God damn, bro. Oh my god. This is hard. This is hard. Oh my god. This is hard. That's what she said. But it actually is hard. Reset number 3. Jesus, that came out of nowhere. I know it was Doctor. Happy birthday, man. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. I'm trying to sing for you, and you're ruining it. Bro, I'm trying to say happy birthday. Oh, look what I figured out yesterday. Look what I figured. Boom! Skip TTS, baby. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Doctor. Happy birthday to you. Let's go. Oh, I'm sweating in this freaking costume. Who are we gonna get? Who are we gonna get? I've become a pro at pressing the A button. Does my name matter at this point? His name is Sub. 2. Me. Yes. Did that say PS5? Oh, NES. Oh, wait, that makes more sense. This is a Nintendo game. Hey, Mom. What's up, girl? Can I be rival? No. Sub to me is rival. I want to... Alright, let's see who we're getting. Oh! Larvitar. Larvitar. Oh my god. Gloom? Farfetch. Let's go, Larvitar. Let's go. Are you kidding me? Let's go. Oh, he's probably going to be so sucky for such a long time. But it's a Larvitar. His nickname will be... What do you guys want to name him? Since it's Doctor's birthday literally today, should we go with Doctor? Let's get some votes in chat. I feel like Doctor is a good name. I give you the luck of a 4-leaf clover on starters. I just read that. But nice. Alright, since no one is responding, we're gonna go with Doctor. Did my internet die? Oh, my phone almost fell. Yo, it is actually so hot in this. Jesus freaking Jamaica right here, bro. I can't. Ah! But it's okay. I will go with Doctor. Ha! Ha! He thinks a Farfetch will kill me. I don't remember if I was done last time you streamed, but I'm 21 hours into trying to beat my map. Oh, no. I think you just finished, yeah. But you hadn't tried to beat it yet, from what I remember. It's hard? Oh. Please have a move, Doctor. Please have a move. Yes! You have a good move. Let's go, Doctor. Easy. Look at that XP boot. Oh, 100. Okay, bye. You came back. I didn't realize that trainer in Viridian Forest has a level 9. And I had a level 9 Azumarill, and it just demolished. But now we have a Larvitar named Doctor. Of course it's hard. 21 hours in, though. That's pretty crazy. Alright, give me the map. She doesn't give me the map? What a fascist. Alright, she'll give it to me later. That's what she said. Yeah, they have a level 9. I didn't realize, so I have to... Oh, yes! Yes! Let's go! Hell yeah! Oh, I'm feeling good about this run. I'm feeling sexy about... No, I'm not. I'm feeling good about this run, though. Fast forward time. Bite the hell out of her. Let's go. Alright, let's talk to you, Mom. Alright, leave my face, Mom. I don't need no Pokeballs. Get out of my face. There we go. A normal Route 1 Pokemon appeared? I know, right? I was like, shit. 21 hours in is, like, not that much, though. That's, like, less than half of the amount of hours I spent to just beat the Vanilla Jump King. Let's go. We just flew through everything. Alright, so I think here... Alright, let's pass this. Thank God we have the fast forward button. Jesus. I get out of my face. I think we'll have to train him up to like... What does Larvitar die from? Larvitar weakness. Ground fighting, ice, steel, water, grass. Oh my god. You die from so much, bro. Jesus. Maybe I should have gone with the Shuppet from the beginning like Hunter and you guys were saying. I'm just gonna write this down. Ground. Fighting. Ice. Steel. Water. Grass. So you die from literally everything. Okay, this is a level 2. It's not gonna kill me, right? Poison Sting? Get out of my face. 46 minutes in, not even to second down. True. I've only made it to room 62 as a PB, and there's this 23 rooms fall up there that have fallen down like 10 times. Jesus, over 40 hours? But over 40 hours and you think you'll beat it, or? You have so much defense. No. Stop it! You have water gun. Oh my god, what are these Pokemon? We're gonna train with the suckier Pokemon, okay? Let's train with you. Okay. Yeah, flinch, bish. Get out of my face. I mean, he won't have any moves. Oh, this is actually fine. Let's go. We'll get him to level 9. Come on. Come on. Oh, you have Pear Song? Ew. We gotta train. We gotta be smart this time. Ludicolo's a bit scary. They're low levels, though. It's good to train against. Stop it! Sandstorm, let's go. Okay, stop it, stupid. Porygon. One more level. I'm getting like no experience now. No. Electrode will just self-destruct. That guy has that move on every level. That's my hope. The last 3 sections don't have any fall checkpoints, which I make change in the final version. There's no pee-pee? Oopsies. I have to beat those 30 very difficult rooms. Damn. That's nice how you make it easier for people towards the end. For now, at least. Because you could easily just make it insanely difficult in the end, you know? It's just frustrating. I'm not gonna die, alright? This run is gonna be the last run. Someone clip that. Just kidding. Come on, come on. We're gonna go up against a Curlia. Watch, we're level 9. Let's go versus the level 9. Because we can't go past level 14 before the first gym. And we can't catch another Pokemon before the first gym. Because the second Pokemon is the second Pokemon that we could get without catching is in the... I don't know why I'm catching this. I mean, going for the items here. We might have to restart, but... Soothbell. Gyarados. Soothbell. Makes it calm and friendly. Oh, I thought it does more than that. Is there another there's no item here. Okay. No, it is insanely difficult, but I think it might be too unreasonable to go to that. But I guess we'll see when I actually make it up there. True. I mean, oh! That was an accident! Oh my god. I have to pay more attention. Are you kidding me? I mean, come on! Stop it! Oh my god! Okay, he's level 10. I'm back from clipping. Lol. We almost died right there. Oh my god. I'm an idiot. I ran into this trainer by accident. Because I have to be very smart here. And I'm poisoned. I have to run all the way back. Every step counts. Last run. Is that the last run? Come on. Oh. Alright, well, he's level 10. So level 10 against the level 9, unless it's a freaking, like, Zapdos or something, we should be fine. Well, Zapdos could be fine also. Alright. F you, bug catcher, whatever your name is. What is this? A dragon fang. That's actually pretty cool. Don't turn around. Don't turn around. Don't turn around. Let's go. Let's go. Oh my god. Get out of my face. Let's go. No Swampert. No Swampert. Gym battle when? Have you tried the bag spinner trick? I've heard of it, but no, I haven't tried it. I'll try it later. Please have a normal Pokemon. Please have a normal Pokemon. Okay. I think we'll be good here. Yeah, let's go. We won our first trainer battle, or our second trainer battle. Let's go. Ooh. If you open your bag next to one, they'll just stop. Yeah. I've seen speedruns, so I'm aware of it, but yeah. Alright, we got out of the forest. Route 2, I don't think has any trainers. Pooter City, let's go. We made it. Whew. Whew. Alright, let me see. The first gym has level 14s and stuff. I don't know if I could verse the first gym yet. I don't know what level their Pokemon are either. Pokemon Fire Red first gym. Oh, he has a level 12 and a level 14. But that's so stupid. It doesn't tell me what the trainer has. Some websites are not good. Let me show you guys what I'm looking at. I always have to put this when I... Here, I'm gonna do this. So does that work? Hell yeah, let's go. I'm a genius. A level 10 and a level 11. Alright, so we could train against Camper Liam. But obviously first we'll train in the grass. Wait, we could skip him, right? Try not to fail this run too quick. Thanks, Rizong. No worries. Have a good night, bro. Oh yeah, how was the... You said you went for the shot on Monday, right? How are you feeling? And also, what'd you do for your birthday? I guess it's kind of late to ask now. Gym time, not yet. I'm not crazy. No catching... Nope, that doesn't mean I can only use my starter. But you'll see what it means. I can't catch any Pokemon. But that doesn't mean I can't use any Pokemon. You'll see. It'll be really... I figured it out. I did this whole thing. I'm not scared of no water gun. See? We could train up to level 14. Come on. Let's go. Once we get to level 14, we have to verse the first gym. We're just gonna run away from that. Oh, statics only. And trades. Yes. Oh, it was a meeting? I thought you said you were going to get a shot. I'm so stupid. You're going to get... Oh, it was a meeting. Okay. I would ask what stuff and, like, more information, but I guess you are going to... Oh, he used... I thought he used revenge. I was really scared there for a second. Oh, my bad. Okay. Well, I hope it went well. He's level 11. Oh, we're not gonna verse a fully evolved Pokemon. Gun placed next to head. What do you mean by shot? But bite him. Bite her. Let's go. Alright, we could technically go back and verse more trainers, but I feel like... This is the best thing... Nope. Oh, Jesus. Not gonna die. Nope, too soon. Not risking it on a Trico, I guess. Capitops won't have anything, right? Yeah. I really hope I hope Brock has like nothing too crazy. Azumarill is so strong. Let's go. 2 more levels. Capitops could have water. Oh, that's true. Whatever. They're low levels. You know what? Yeah. Why gotta poison me? Don't worry. We'll actually verse trainers and stuff. No, but he used Scratch, so I just assume he doesn't have anything. Oh, whoa. It's not Versamachop. Oh my god, stop poisoning me. Azrael with huge power is OP. Yeah, that's what almost killed me there, I'm guessing. Come on, I want to verse first gym. So level cap 14 means that I can't go over 14. It doesn't mean that... So I could go up to almost 15, pretty much. Which I'm gonna do, because I'm scared of the first gym. Because I skipped the rival battle, do I have to do it? Or is it optional? I wonder. Let's go. I think I can't go level cap 14. I don't know, actually. I killed the first Pokemon in my Nuzlocke. Oh, nice. Let me look that up. Level caps. Not hardcore Nuzlocke. I'm not entirely sure. I'm assuming that means I can get to that level. Okay, here, level limits. Here it is. Being 20 levels higher than everyone trivializes things. This did not tell me what it means. Oh, there's another thing. Oh my god. This literally does not explain it. That's such a good question. So why we could level? I think level cap means I can't go above level 14, right? You have ooh, nice. That's a good amount of PP. PPP. Ping pong points. Let's see. Hardcore Nuzlocke. This is the best way to figure out things. So we go like this. He has a level cap here at level 17, right? So all his Pokemon are level 17 before... Yeah. Okay, so it's pretty much what I was saying. Are you going to do anything with that amount of PPs? Or are you going to keep it for now? Come on. Let's go. Let's verse a few more guys. Let's just verse a few more. I want to be close to 15. So I could evolve while versing his first, after killing his first guy. I feel like this is going to be so much harder than I think. Imagine I go over by accident. Couldn't you just put yourself past 14 or like use rare candy? That'd go against... You saving for VIB? Oh, that's quite a long... that's quite a challenge. Alright, we're gonna verse one more guy. I don't know if we want to... I don't know how much Slowbro gives. So we'll verse one more. Alright, now we're gonna go verse him. Let's not lose it. Let's not lose this run to that. That would be sad. Okay. I just realized I should probably make the resets larger and the deaths smaller. Because we're not going to lose many guys. Because we're not going to have many guys, but... Time for the first gym. Wait, did I heal? I did, okay. Time to lose to a Kyogre Lugia combo. Oh god, I hope not. Whew! Let's see what happens. Brock, I really hope you have like a Caterpie and another Caterpie. Please. Please, God. Please. Swampert! No! No! Are you kidding me? Oh my god. Oh. Brock smashed. What do I use here? Do I spam Bite for a hope for a win? Or do I spam Leer to hope that water guns do less damage or something? Or do I do Sandstorm and then push those, hoping that Sandstorm does enough damage? Huh. This is actually hard. I think I'm gonna... game over. I think I'm gonna Leer. Great, he growled. I'm just gonna bite him. No! Oh my god! Bro, are you kidding me? Okay, well, it was a good run. Sorry, doctor. Oh my god, this is so hard. That's what she said. Oh my god. Bro, this was like a lot harder than I thought it would be, to be honest. But close enough, yep. Alright, I get it. You don't have to put the clip there. Oh, I have to put... I almost forgot. We're at 4 resets. Looking good, looking good. I don't know why I'm torturing myself. I want to beat the first gym. That's all I want. That's all I want. Oh no, that's not all I want. That's all I want for now. I just want to beat the first gym. We might have to do a 24-hour stream on this. There's so much grinding to get him to level 14 and then he just dies. It's so sad. Yes. What are we getting? A Golbat. A Parasect. I would love to get a Pupitar, but he's going to be pretty useless in the beginning. So we're going to get a Golbat. We're going to go with Golbat here. Parasect could have been pretty cool too, but we'll go with the Golbat. What are his weaknesses? Electric, Ice, Rock. What else? Electric, Ice, Rock, Psychic. Weak to Psychic, huh? Because he's a poison. It's flying poison, yeah. Another oof. We'll see how it goes. We're gonna name him Survive. Because that's all he can do. Oh, he went for the Pupitar? Oh. If this goes into late game, this could be... If this goes into late game, this could be crazy. True, I could get a Crobat. I don't know whether I should be happy or sad about these moves. They're actually... This could be very, very interesting. If this has a rock type move. Yeah, but it's not the end of the... It's not the end of the run. Because we do... Survive actually has survival instincts. And has moves to survive. Okay, Lear. We're gonna astonish you. He doesn't have any good moves, but Supersonic could come... Oh, okay. Could come in handy. Ah! What the hell? He has Bite? You're confused. Hit yourself. He has Bite. Oh, okay, we're fine. We're fine. Whew. Will he learn any moves, though? I think this is just gonna be a game of Supersonic and hoping that we can survive. Oh my god. What a perfect name for you. I really hope Survive survives. What's up, mommy? Just had some food and now we're revived. Okay, let's go. Let's Leech Life you. Supersonic you. Leech Life and Supersonic make this not as scary. Like, makes this Pokemon actually viable for this hardcore Nuzlocke. We might actually make it pretty far with Survive. Oh my god. Right, we gotta train to level 9. Then hit that guy, or like level 10, and then hit that... A Beldum. I don't feel like Beldum will have any moves, but... Oh my god, Scary Face. It just takes them very long to take down people. Leech Life, baby. Leech Life. Ooh, if I run into a lot of... He won't have an electric move, right? He's too low level. Please kill him. Stop it! There we go. Jesus. When I went to the new storm that has Japan food and drinks, we keep resetting. This is, like, really hard. I don't know why I'm doing this. I don't know why I'm torturing myself. I might have to think of a new strategy for next stream. Or, like, change the rules or something. If only I had that Zapdos. I know, right? To be... Oh, he had, like, Thunderbolt, too, or something crazy like that. He had, like, a really good move, too. We need to run into Mr. Mimes here to practice against. Let's just run. Leech Life again. Octillery, I think, gives a good amount of XP, too. Let's go. Yep. Come on. Come on. You got Coca-Cola with coffee? That sounds so weird. You drink too much coffee, bro. But you do you. Alright, let's get Oak's Parcel. Yes, yes, yes. I wonder if I could continue the game without getting his parcel. And if we run into Mr. Mime. Icy Wind is a scary move. Okay, nope. Jesus. Caffaholic. That is not even my latest video. So don't click on that. Like, oh my god. What we're gonna do is I'm gonna go to my channel. I'm gonna go to this video. I'm gonna copy it. I'm gonna go to this CloudBot thingy. I'm gonna go to timers. I'm going to go to YouTube. I'm gonna replace it. Boom. Next time I should say good. This is good as hell. Nice. Since we fast forward so much, maybe we won't leave the in-game music. Maybe we just leave some other music. Cause this is all you hear. Alright, come on. We gotta train against Mr. Mimes. Survive. Oh, no, I have it as a reminder, but I haven't done it yet. Sorry, Chi. I will put it up eventually, though. You have my word. I'll put it up like in the about section. But I think I should be able to handle those types of games. We're gonna get to like level 10. We could even get to level 11, 12. But yeah. We're gonna put song requests. We haven't done that in a while. Alright, we're gonna put song requests so you guys could request music. We're just gonna disable in-game audio for now. Because Jesus, all you hear is the fast forwarding. Come on. Nope. We could go to the next area too. You seem to be struggling with Leaf Green. It's hard. I mean, it makes sense, right? It's a hardcore Nuzlocke with insane rules that I gave myself. By the way, if the music is too loud or something, let me know, please. I think it should be okay, though. Jujutsu Kaisen, nice. We're gonna go super... We're just gonna run away here. Not being able to use items is not even the scariest part. It's like either you could kill the Pokemon or you can't. This early in the run. I like going up against Mr. Mime, though. He's quick XP and pretty easy XP. Let's see if any of the Pokemon up top are better, though. Do you know who made it? Wit Studio, right? I don't really remember, to be honest. I was about to say something really dumb. I was about to say I could train against my rival for practice. But that makes no sense. Because my rival is going to have a level 9 Pokemon. And I could lose that battle very easily. The singer made it? Oh, you meant for the song? Oh, the opening. Yeah, I didn't know that. Who is that? I don't know who that is. Or I don't think I know who that is. Okay, we have to go back and heal because we don't have enough... we don't have enough peepees. Oh, God. I hope Survive can survive. The song Yoru ni Kakeru is similar in both dubs. Oh, that's interesting. Yoru ni Kakeru. Kakeru. Time of the Darkness or something? What does that mean? My Japanese is so bad now. Berry juice. Ah! Oh my god, I have to stop doing that! He has 3 Pokemon. A psychic Pokemon. God damn it. Okay, we're good. Oh, he only had Rap. Okay. Jesus. Oh, okay, this is actually going fine. Ah! 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 Thank God we had Leech Life. We would not win this battle without Leech Life. Jeez. Oh! What am I doing? Oh my God! Oh, I might overlevel. Okay, we're fine. I have no pee-pee. Oh. Oh my God. That was so scary. Anyway. Racing into the night. Ah. This is him. Oh, that looks sick. Oh, he has a YouTube channel? That's cool. That is I don't know if it's exact translation. From what I remember, kakeru can mean many different things. And depends on the context. So it's probably the translation. Or like, you know, close enough to it. Yeah, it might not be the exact translation. Oh my god. I've been screwing up so much. This is definitely the hardest thing. Okay, let me not be dumb here. Again, dragon scale? Let's pass you. Ooh, that worked. I did the bag trick, I think. I showed you him a long time ago. That's why he looks familiar. I definitely recognize him a bit. Okay. Good news is we did get... Oh, this is great. Oh, this is actually great. This is great. Oh, this is actually awesome. Let's go. We're just gonna train here. Absol is pretty good to go up against. Nope. Come on, Absol, where are you? Da, 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 da. I like this song. What is this song? Come on. Okay. Let's just leech. Leech. Pooter City, baby. We could go up against the first trainer, technically. I don't think he would be that bad. But why take the risk when we could just leech seed, leech life a bunch of... I don't know why I keep saying leech... Oh, nope. Leech life. Leech seed, I mean. It's leech life. Die. Yes. I don't know if I should verse certain... Oh my god, you have Mega Drain? Die. Nope. You can't hear the song? What it is copy. What do you mean you can't hear the song? It's loud-ish. I'm not putting it louder. Is it really not that loud? Oh, I didn't have self-destruct. Gusty Garden Galaxy? What the heck? Copyrighted is fine. Are you serious? You can't hear the song? Alright. How does it... Well, it just ended. You hear Pokemon? Bro, there's no way you could hear Pokemon. I turned off the Pokemon sound. No one could hear Pokemon right now. This song is pretty low for some reason. I'm just gonna go on the YouTube to put it a little louder. Yeah, you should be able to hear it. Okay, level 14. Now we gotta be a little careful. But it's quiet? Oh, it is quiet? Okay. Thanks for letting me know, guys. I'll bump up the audio. I just don't want it to make it too loud over my own voice, but I think this should be good now, right? Or decent. It sounded like Pokemon? No, it was apparently, she said, Gusty Garden Galaxy. Why was there a level 12 out of nowhere there? That was so weird. A Charizard. Yeah, I don't want to... It would take too long. Come on, Vileplume. Vileplume gives good XP. Come on. Come on. We're almost ready for the first gym. I think also if you do exclamation point song, it'll tell you exactly what song it was. That's pretty cool. I think. Yoasobi, it says this video is age restricted and only available on YouTube. What the heck? Okay. That's weird. I let it go through though. Thanks for the applause. Comes from a game that has a nearly 10 out of 10 OST. Oh, that's cool. Super Mario Galaxy. Ah. I think I've played it before. Pretty sure I've played that game before. I think we could go for the Swallow. Yeah. Alright. Okay, it's time. It's time. We're just gonna put in-game music for intense moments. Or slightly intense, okay? It's time. It's time for us to duel. Please, Brock. Please let me win this battle. Please don't have an insane Pokemon. Please, 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 please. Oddish. Okay. Okay, Oddish. Let's go. Let's go. Oddish. Oh my god, that makes me feel so good. Astonish should make him flinch here. Yeah. We'll go with Supersonic into a Leech Seed. Oh. Hit yourself. Hit yourself. Okay, that's fine. No, we're gonna smash. We're gonna smash Brock this time. Alright, let's Leech Seed you. Leech Life. Hopefully spending turns on this will force Brock to use items to heal up his Oddish and stuff. Hit yourself, baby. Hit yourself. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, we actually have a chance. Survival, survive. Come on. Da, da, da. He's gonna hit himself. Hit yourself. Damn it. It's okay. I think he's gonna heal right now. Look at our health. This is the first time we've been surviving this much. Oh, he didn't heal. Is Oddish gonna die? Oddish is gonna... Nope, he's not dead. If he hits himself, then it's over for this guy. Damn it. Alright, he's definitely gonna heal here. Since we can't use items, we have to be very careful with our Leech Lives and how many we use. Oh, he didn't heal. That's kind of surprising. He's saving his potion for his next guy. That kind of... I didn't expect that. Alright, what's your next guy, Brock? Let's go. Let's do this. Let's do this, baby. Level 15, baby. Hell yeah. You could level up during the battle. That's from my understanding. A Slaking. Can I Astonish against him? Oh, he's fast. Ugh. I'm an idiot. It doesn't affect him. We're gonna Leech Life into Supersonic. No. You could do that, Chi. Look it up. In Hardcore Nuzlocke, you could level up. That did, like, no damage. We're gonna have to Supersonic into Screeches. No, Yon is... No, that could be very annoying. No, I missed Supersonic. I need to hit this Supersonic or we're done. Are you kidding me? No. Wake up, wake up. No. No, survive. Wake up. You have to survive. You have, yes. Okay. Leech Lifing to get some HP, I guess, is good here. Encore. Ooh, Encore Leech Life, kind of annoying. I wanted to Screech. No, it Encored the Supersonic? No, this is so scary. I said get Brock smashed again. I'm trying. Why do I have only one Pokemon? Yes, he hit himself. Let's go. That's the most damage I could do. Yes, the Encore ended. Hell yeah. This is why. Look at the top right for the rules. Alright, we're going to... Basically, we can't catch any Pokemon. We're gonna Leech Life. I think we might die to another Screech, so we need to get some health back before Screeching. It's only one, it only does 1 damage. Alright. No, he snapped out of confusion! No, he yawned. Why does he have to yawn? Come on. Supersonic, please. Please. No, he missed the Supersonic. Oh my god. You have to wake up, Survive. You have to wake up. Oh, wake up! Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, you idiot! Wake up! This is your only chance. Well, at least that run, that was a better run. It was a better run. Can't complain. Can't complain too much. Can't complain too much. Well, I could complain, but I screwed up. I should have screeched more. I forgot that he loafs around every turn. I should have screeched for the leech life to do better. That was my fault. I'm tired of hearing this music. We're at 5 resets now. Da 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 da. Well, we're back to the music, I suppose. Look at this Pokemon Oak shows us. Slaking has ridiculous stats, only nerfed by Tron. Yeah. I was dumb. I was really dumb. I really had a chance there. I was dumb. I was really dumb. But I'm learning, so it's okay, I guess. I'm just gonna name him... Nah. We gotta do sub to me. Come on. We're doing better. Come on, who are you giving us? Who are you giving us? Who are we getting? Who are we getting? Who are we getting? A Mighty Anno, okay. Mighty Anna's pretty good. A Corsola, okay. A Miltank? Okay. Wow. I kind of want to go with Miltank. Miltank what is a normal type, so right? Let me see. Pretty sure Miltank, yeah. Miltank is normal, so it'll only die from fighting. Miltank is pretty beefy. I think Miltank's the best decision here. Let's go with Miltank. Okay. Name it Whitney. Yeah, we'll name it Whitney, I suppose. Whitney. I think that's how you spell her name. And it's a girl, so it's perfect. Let's go Whitney. Cursola? Ha! You're going up against Whitney, bro. Please have a move. Please have... Yes, you have tackle. Oh, God. Oh, God. This could be bad. We're gonna growl here. Tackle doesn't do enough damage. I think we'll have to get a few growls in, to be honest. I think that's the only strat right now. IMO. Oh. Her tackle didn't do much either, so we're just gonna spam tackle. This isn't gonna be a spamming tackles. That's gonna be this whole battle right here. I can guarantee it. Who's the better tackle spammer? Get ready to roll out spam? True. I don't know. The problem is having a fully evolved Pokemon a lot of the times is... Oh, there should be an ad, possible ad right now. The biggest problem with having fully evolved Pokemon is they're not going to learn many moves. And because items are randomized, it's actually kind of scary. Because I can't even find, like, the moves that I want to find. Come on. Come on. This is intense. Let's go! Let's go. Okay, that was good. Whew. Whew. Ad indeed happened. Yeah. It tells me when ads come out. I've put it so it spaces out. It's like the biggest space out possible. Because I can't remove ads. That's how Twitch makes their money. Welcome back. We won. We won that battle. We just spam tackle. Oh, why are you poisoning me? Don't die. Don't die, Whitney. Okay, we should be good here. Get moves that their lower evolutions get earlier, but that's literally what I said while the ad was running. I was like, the problem with fully evolved Pokemon is that they don't get many moves. Like, you gotta wait a long time for them to get moves. And because items are randomized, I can't get certain TMs and stuff, you know? Which is a little sad. Okay, let's go. Like, I don't know if Whitney will learn a move. I think we're gonna have to tackle the first gym leader. Which, I don't know how useful that'll be. I might look it up, though. She should have good HP defense and stuff, though. I like this song. I never heard it before, but it sounds mad nice. Don't poison me. Go inside. Whitney isn't an evolution. Yes. But Whitney doesn't evolve, right? So, a Walrein. Let's see how Whitney will do. That's the good thing. I hope Whitney gets a move. Chirachi? Oh, Jesus. Okay. I just hope Whitney gets like rollout or something. English dub sounds very similar. Oh, this is the song it sounds very, very similar with? Ah, very interesting. Alright, I don't know if there's a point to this. But, oh yeah. That was a nice song. Can you send that to me on Discord? I'd like to save that song. Nathan, let me know if you could hear the music this time. An Aggron. Jesus. What are these wild Pokemon? I don't know if there's a point of getting this town map, but we'll get it. Don't poison. Oh my god. I can't verse Nidorino. It's... Oh, Defense Curl. Defense Curl. Yes, I hear. Okay, good. Oh my god. Can you, like... There you go. Come on. Oh my god, does everyone poison? Jesus Christ. Mommy, I keep getting poisoned. Thank you. Sure, I'll do that. Thank you, I appreciate it. I really like that song, that's why. We can't verse you guys, you all poison us. Yes, 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 yes. Area dose. I don't know where the hell he's throwing the Pokeball, but okay. Let's not verse that. Okay, let's not verse Trainer this time. Let's be very careful here. Yep, we're not gonna go against that. What was that, a Super Ball? Super Bowl. Super Ball? Da, 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 da. Laleep is actually perfect fodder. Lediba is not bad either. Kyogre! Oh god. That brings back bad memories. X-Speed, another useless item. Murkrow. Ooh, that's a scary thing. If we have to go up against a Pokemon that Tackle doesn't affect, It's over. We literally can't do anything. We could have won with Golbat, with a Crobat, Golbat, but I so screwed it up. Oh my god. I'm so mad at myself, actually. Like, low-key mad at myself. Because just like, being able to confuse people is just so powerful. Okay, the first Pokemon here is the first Pokemon you go up against is level 9, that trainer. So I think we should be good. You know what? We're gonna verse this trainer too to get some practice in. Oh. Oh, we got a smoke ball. 16 life. I think we lose 1 life every time. Let's see. I don't know if they die in this game. Mommy Blast? Yeah. Wait, Mommy Blast. Okay. Oh, like memories of Mommy Blast, yeah. Okay, we only have 10 life. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5. Alright, I'm just gonna heal up. I don't want him to die. Yeah, I know what that means. Gardevoir. Because she's hot, but then it's a guy, right? Alright. Oh. Jesus. So many Pokemon that could poison. Alright, let's go up. There's no point in versing, or there's not much point in versing additional trainers. Because additional trainers can have... Wait, this is a shortcut that I haven't been taking, like an idiot. Okay. Because they could have moves that Tackle can't, you know, they could have ghost Pokemon, which is just over. It's over. If there's a ghost Pokemon, it's literally over. Scissor. Ah! Oh, we lost again. We got a defense. Stop. Yeah, we lost. We lost. This is actually very frustrating. This is actually very annoying. I didn't think it would be this hard. It's basically until we get a legendary, it feels like. Like, I will admit, I screwed up on the guy before. Let me set all this up, then I'll look at chat. We're gonna restart that. All right, I think I did everything. Bro, how many times do you have to reset? It's really hard. Every time they get Brock smashed. Yeah, every time I get Brock smashed. Son, daddy blast, stepmom 2. God, yeah. Those are sad but fun times also. We'll name him Sub to me. Sub to me. Alright, this time I'll play smart, okay? I've been trying to play smart, but okay. 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 Are you guys ready? Guys ready? Oh, this is Eve. Oh, this is a nice song. Oh, I remember the song. Inochi no tabemono. Tabeho. Alright, we're gonna put in-game music just to see. What will we get? What will we get? What will we get? An Octillery. A Mareep. And a Venonat. Okay, Mareep will have the least weaknesses, and it's a Mareep, so we're gonna go with Mareep. This might actually work out pretty well. I believe in us. What do we name him? No, I used because I could use potions outside of battle. So I have used it. Like, I could have died to poison there. If you die from poison. Or just using it, like, trying to get back to the Poke Center or whatever. Mate rules. I named it after Mate rules. Mate rules said to call them, Chi. So, I named it Chi. I'll name it after Gotrex Man this time. Whose real name is Chris. Alright, we're gonna have Chris in here. Chris, you better not die. Let's see what happens. Okay, we have type effectiveness on our side here. I don't know what the hell Sub to me was thinking of, but... And are you serious? You have a water gun, but I have a tackle? Are you serious? Bro, like... We have a good Pokemon! Alright, well, next run. This is the 10th. No, not the 10th. Jesus, bro. This is the 7th. We reset 7 times already. Even the game was like because this. Oh my god. Evolution versus base Pokemon. I guess that's why. Rip. This is gonna be fun to edit. Actually, it won't be hard to edit the beginning. Because I was just gonna edit me resetting like in 5 seconds, just showing each one, you know? It actually won't be bad to edit. If you're being sarcastic there. But it might be much longer than I thought. Name this Pokemon Nathan191? Nah, that's a dumb name, bro. Nathan's a nice name. Can I name it Nathan? Alright, let's get Sub to me in here. Sub to me. I'm gonna speed run this. Okay, what are we getting? Macargo. Vileplume. Or a coughing. What are these choices? They suck. Oh my god. At this... I mean, Vileplume is a good Pokemon. But Macargo will probably have freaking Ember. So I'm gonna get killed. So let's just go with Macargo. Macargo's gonna have so many weaknesses, probably. I guess Poison is fine, too. But what moves will Coughing have? Let's go with Macargo. The first two are good. Yeah, because they're evolutions also, I guess. This is Nathan. Let's go. He picked the Coughing? What the heck? I thought he was gonna pick the... Well, I guess that makes more sense. Watch him have self... Yo, if he has self-destruct, that would be hilarious. Oh my god, we actually have decent moves. Yawn, Ember. We have decent moves. Yawn, Ember, Rock Throw, Smog. Are you serious? This is great. Coffin probably has Explosion. So, he has Poison Gas, but he missed. Vileplume looks like best, but yeah. Yeah, but if I picked Vileplume, he would have picked Macargo, and he would have Embered me to death. Let's Ember you. I think this run is a good run. And he poisoned me. It doesn't show the poison, which is really weird. But I still take damage to it. Let's go. Finally. A decent... Oh, this is gonna be a good run. This is gonna be a good run. Now it shows the poison. This is gonna be a good run. I can feel it in my bones, guys. That's it. It's gonna be a good run. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Do you guys think it'll be a good run? I feel like you guys don't believe it'll be a good run. It's a nice song. Let me add a reminder to first of all, what does Macargo die from? Macargo weakness. I think we'll get farish with him. Oh, he dies to a lot. Rock. I thought he died to rock. Rock, ground, water, and fighting. Alright, hopefully we don't go up against some crazy Pokemon. Having a yawn is pretty useful though. That's good. Go Nathan. Hell yeah. Nathan ain't dying. And there's Magikarp, so it's good practice. If they give a lot of XP. Ooh. Ooh. What good Pokemon to train against. Let's go. These are actually Pokemon you might... Well, except for Magikarp. Pokemon you might actually find in the grass. This early on. How ping pongs are made. What the hell? Too long. No, it could do videos. Wait, what the hell? I forbid you from going here? Grandpa, don't be so mean. What the hell? That's how they block you off from going? That's kind of funny, actually. The bot lets you do videos. I think it's if it's over like 8 minutes or something, it doesn't. So people don't put too long of a video, you know? I think Ember is super effective here. Yep. Nathan's already level 7. Nathan be going up levels like it's nothing. How much Ember? Oh, okay. Ember kills fairly quickly too. Let's go. Nathan, you're gonna survive. Hell yeah. We tried everyone's name. It came down to Nathan. There's a lot of wild Pokemon here, though. Yamete shimau na. Shimau na. Okay. This guy's so annoying. Your video's lagging at 160? Oh, that sucks. Guys, do you think I should start streaming on... Do you guys think I should start streaming on... YouTube? Ooh, is this Naruto? Ooh, Torchic. Oh, I know this song. Why do I know this song? Really? He just teleported? That's some good practice. Jirachi, get out of here. We'll get to level... we'll get to level... What level should we get to? Oh my god, Blissey would be an amazing Pokemon to start off with. Well, actually, not necessarily. This is good. I'm gonna have to go. No. Alright, see you. See you, Chi. Get to level 20? I can't. YouTube, yes. Yeah, maybe I will. Maybe I'll go back to YouTube. What do you think, Nathan? Nathan's like, hell yeah. Only thing, YouTube had so many issues last time I streamed on it. I know they've improved since last time, but we'll see. Maybe I'll go back to YouTube. I do like streaming on Twitch for certain things, though. So on the top right, Nathan, it says level cap 14. We can't bring him past level 14, or else I have to release him. It's to make it more difficult. Which means right now I have to be very careful. Not to verse trainers that I don't have to verse. Like this guy. Because I'm nearing level 14. White herb. Yeah. I will get to level 14, but there's one mandatory battle here. So because there's a mandatory battle here, I don't want to over level accidentally. You know what I mean? This guy's a mandatory battle. Up ahead. This guy. Ooh. Let's go. Oh, okay. We're fine there. A Tyranitar? Nope. Imagine we had a Tyranitar. So we could train up to level 14 and then verse the first gym here. I think we have a chance this time against the first gym. Let's just not over level by accident. Because he gets XP pretty fast. Jirachi gives quite a few XP. As well as Vileplume, actually. I don't know how much Blissey gives, but I don't want to kill it. I think we could go for one more Pokemon. Oh, level 14 is... Wait, I'm dumb. Level 14 is fine. We can't get to level 15. So level 14 is fine. How much would he give us? Whoa, Blissey gave quite a bit of XP. Nathan's a beast? True. I mean, the first gym leader has a level 14, so that's where things get a bit scary. Okay, we could kill like a few more sucky Pokemon. I think Blissey might ruin it here. Curlia might ruin it as well. Caterpie is fine. Alright. I'm like getting it so close to 15. Oh my god. Alright. One more Caterpie and then we'll... You know what? Let's just move on. Let's just verse the first gym. Whoo! Time to verse the first gym, baby. Time to verse the first gym. I think we'll have a chance this time. Come on, we got a chance. Yeah, I just put the Pokemon music for now. Let's do this, Ping. Let's do this. Let's do this. Come on. Easy, baby. Easy. What you gonna have? An Anorith? Anorith weakness. Anorith... Okay, Anorith dies to Rock. So Rock Throw should kill it here. We don't want to get hit too much. Rock Throw should do good damage here. Let's go, Nathan. Heal up? No healing? Okay. Let's go! Okay, one more Pokemon. One more Pokemon. This is the level 14, though. They could level up in battle, though, guys. Cyndaquil. Oh my god, we're so lucky. Well, it's taken a long time, but we're finally kind of lucky here. Rock Throw doesn't have the best accuracy, but... Let's go! Let's go! Oh my god! Only took 7 resets. Oh! Yes! Oh, Nathan came in clutch. Let's go, Nathan. Let's go. Oh. Wait, what's the level cap? I wrote it down. We have a level cap of 21 now, too. Level cap of 21. Whew. Nathan did survive. Oh my god. And we got TM39. Rock Tomb, let's go. Okay. I mean, we already have a rock move, but... Whew. Okay. Okay, this is where things get interesting. We could get our second Pokemon finally. Now, you might be asking, how can we get our second Pokemon, right? Well, let me bring up the Google Docs. Okay, we're gonna bring up the Google Docs here, baby. Google Docs time. Google Docs time. Okay. Here. We have reset badge, restart, blah, blah, blah. We have set mode, no items in battle. Oh, we gotta put set mode on, actually. Now that we actually got this far. Set mode is on. Okay. Where was it? We could buy a Magikarp. Okay? We could buy a Magikarp. Isn't that crazy? Nathan, best Pokemon. Hell yeah. So we could actually buy a Magikarp. I don't think it's this guy. I don't remember where we have to go to buy it. Oh, we don't have a map. Let's go get a map real quick. I forgot to pick it up. It's so dumb that you have to pick up maps. Can you, like, stop? Ooh, I didn't even realize there's an item here. Sharp beak. Come on. Oh, we didn't verse this guy. Technically, we could verse these trainers now, but no need. Oh my god, so much traveling. So you can get Gyarados? No, I can't get Gyarados. Because it's a random Pokemon. I mean, it might be a Gyarados, but it's a random Pokemon. So we'll see what it is. Let me get the walkthrough out. Since I had the walkthrough for Pokemon Fire Red. Just so I'm not as, like, lost. Because you know how lost I can be. This is actually a good walkthrough. On IGN. So we're going to go to... We got the Boulder Badge. Now we got to go to Route... We're going to be pushing Route 3. Now, there's somewhere here where we should... Maybe it's in Cerulean City. Where we could buy a Pokemon. I don't remember where it was. I just remember after the first gym we could catch a Pokemon. Let's see. Mount Moon. Mount Moon, we get a fossil which we could use later, which is pretty useful. Which we will have to evolve or whatever. Where is it? There's definitely a place where we could get a Pokemon. I'm just forgetting where it is. It costs $50 to get in. Science Museum. Blue blah blah blah. Come on, Pewter City. Where is it? Oh my god. Oh my god, this is actually... What the heck? Oh, here it is. Follow through Route 3 to Route 4 and head north to find the Poke Center. You can also buy a Magikarp from a traveling salesman. Follow Route 3 to Route 4. So we have to push Route 4. Which might make our level cap kind of bad. But we'll see what happens. Today's a good day to die. In the game, 100%. Alright, let's put the music back. Well, let me edit stream info and also say exclamation point music. Okay. We gotta head all the way to Route 3. Once we get cut, we could get another... Well, we could get a... something. Wrong way. Wrong way. Oh my god. How many... Did I never... I never got the items in Viridian Forest because I just thought that it would be the end, you know? You know. like this song. You know what it means, Bing? Oh. Do I? I don't know many things. What, for this song? What does it mean? Okay, well, let's go Route 3. Let's go! Thank you, Mom. We could finally run. Alright. I don't want to verse many trainers here. I just don't. I don't think I have to verse her. But I do have to verse him, I'm assuming. Yeah. It is what it is. Let's Ember you. See, Ember was smart because now we could rock throw. Let's go. Ember is super effective. Oh, it's not very effective. Are you serious? No! I don't want to restart again. You gotta be kidding me. A Grumpig? And he only has Splash. Oh my god. He only has Smash. No, he has Psywave. Oh god. Oh my god. Why is this game so hard? We were doing so well. I'm gonna have to change something up because this is insanely hard. Or maybe I'll just have to deal with it. What do you think, Nathan? Oh my god. Oh, this is so sad. Today's a bad day. We're getting owned. 8 resets. Change the level cap? I can't. The level cap is one thing I can't change. One thing I can change, though, is like being able to catch more Pokemon. But I really liked the idea of like having less Pokemon. Like that's the whole thing, that we can't catch a Pokemon. I like that idea. What we can change, though, is we can make it so that every Pokemon is going to be matched to its level or whatever. So, like, I'm not going to get a Tyranitar at level 3, you know? They're going to be better leveled. So that would make it much better, I think. I think we might end up doing that. If we lose this one, we'll definitely do that, I think. Items in battle? Nah, I can't do that either. That's what makes it hard, you know? But that would be good to get rid of, yeah. We would have won that. I don't even know if... I shouldn't have... honestly, I've been making mistakes. Like, I shouldn't have pushed that. I shouldn't have pushed that because I could have won that battle, but I could have done more training before pushing. Kabuto. A Suicune? And a Shuckle. Oh my god. Shuckle. Isn't Shuckle like terrible? Like it can't do damage? Alright, we're gonna go with Suicune here. This will be an easy. Let's go Suicune. Easy choice. What do we name him? We'll name him. It's a reference about living? Oh, I don't know that reference. I'll just pause this for a second for the battle. Gojo? Okay, we'll name him Gojo. Or it. I picked Shackle. Okay. You have Bite and Leer. Better than nothing, I guess. Alright, that was a very easy battle. That was very easy. We have a Suicune. We should be okay, right? Theoretically. Honestly, I shouldn't have screwed up the other runs. Gojo D's nutballs in your mouth? What? What does that mean? A Vulpix. Suicune, legendaries level up really slow though, and they're not. He's not gonna have any moves. But he is a Suicune. I think we should be good. His damage should be. He's one of the worst legendaries from what I remember, but. Come on. Let's run away. Let's go. We'll get him to like level 10 and then push the thing. I mean, practice makes perfect. I didn't know exactly how it would work out, so. What is he weak to? Suicune weakness. Is he just a water? Yeah, he's just a water. He's weak to electric and the grass. Okay. We could even push here. Oh, well, not yet. Let's do this real quick. Let's go. Bite is a good move, but against ghost Pokemon, it's just not gonna work out. Alright. Alright, let's go get the map here. What's up, girl? I like this song. It's probably my song. Alright. I don't know why I went to her to heal up, but we should be good here. By the time we get to the trainer, unless he has like a Skarmory or something, we should be fine. Oh my god. I love how you add songs with your other one. The saddest thing is, I know a lot of people would have been able to do much better with the Pokemon I had. But I'm just terrible. Like, Golbat should have made it far, and Nathan should have made it far. Those two Pokemon were, like, good, you know? Timer Ball. Useless. It's funny, even if we get a Master Ball, it's pretty much useless. Nope. The only thing that could ruin the run here is if we go up against the Ghost Pokemon. Which is definitely possible. You're putting that song on again? Na 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 na. Let's go back. Alright. I know how to run now. Jesus! Why'd I first a grass guy? I did not think. Moomin Milk. Let's get some hits in. Ooh. Ooh, he learned Bubble Beam. Let's go. I didn't know he learns Bubble Beam. Oh, we're actually good here. I don't think we could lose. We have Bubble Beam. It's a good move. Cherry Berry. Let's see, you have an electric type. Wow. How unlucky. You're still dead though. Oh my god. Level 14. I mean, we have Bubble Beam, so I'm... Oops, wrong move, but it still worked. I'm honestly not that worried. I think Gojo is gonna make it pretty far. Go pretty far. Like, Bubble Beam's a great move to have this early on. Especially against Ghost Pokemon, we have something to counter. We have counters to, like, multiple types now. Just Bubble Beam. Once we get to level 14, we'll hit the gym. Now, if I did it with no legendaries, that would be cool too. Because maybe people would complain it's too easy with the legendaries. Still a hardcore Nuzlocke though, you know? Come on. Jesus, I'm using so many Bubble Beams. Come on. Oh my god, a Groudon! Now that's the perfect Pokemon to go up against for XP. That was my last Bubble Beam. I'm just gonna heal up for Bubble Beam right here. Let's go. Nice music, I guess. I don't really know. Okay. Oh. Groudon gives so much XP. I don't know how much Mischievous gives. I don't want to get too much XP and over level accidentally. Okay. We could get one more nose pass or something. Don't level. Don't level up. Oh, perfect. Let's go. It's a nice song. First gym, here we come. That's a good song, but we're gonna put in-game music for the editing in case I have to do that, you know what I'm saying? Sorry. Oh, Brock, you're going down. Brock, you're going down. Come on, what do you have? What do you have? What can take out a Suicune? Shuppet? Ooh, I would have been worried about a Shuppet, but we have Bubble Beam, baby. Hell yeah. Get out of here. Let's go. We're going to push Route 3 right after, though. It gives me more time to look for more songs. Oh, okay. Igglypuff, get out of here. First gym badge just like that. Let's go. Let's go. Oh my god. Yes. Oh, my dog is trying to get into the door. He's just waiting outside. Let me go get my dog in. I forgot to get rid of the one badge there, but whatever. What's up, Cassie? Oh, he likes lying down on my bed. I gave him a shower today, though, so it's okay. Dog cam? Cassie, come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. He doesn't want to come here. He looks like he wants to kill me. I don't know why. But he looks mad. Alright. Let's go to OBS here. Oh, hell yeah. Look at Gojo. He looks so freaking sexy. We'll get the level cap up to, what was it, 21? We got the first gym. Hell yeah. And we get Rock Tomb. Now, Rock Tomb could be very useful. We're going to teach it here because we pretty much have nothing else. What the heck? Oh. I forgot in this game they separate it. Oh, man, he can't learn it. Okay. Let's go heal up, even though we don't really need to. Okay, but you never know what might happen. I think we have a berry. We're gonna give this to Gojo in case he gets paralyzed and, you know, we need it. No items in battle, but held items are okay. Okay. Alright, we have to verse this one. Ooh. Let's bite you. Oh, yes, no grass move, thankfully. What's next? Meowth? We'll bubble beam you. Magikarp, let's go. Yeah, we didn't get much XP from that, which is kind of good. Here we have to be really careful. So apparently, this is the furthest we got. Route 3 has highest level 14. Youngster Calvin will have a level 14. I think we should be fine, though. We could pass this guy. It looks like we'll have to verse one of these. Let's see. We'll go with Last Sally. Last Sally seems to have lower level Pokemon. No! Let's go. Yep. Makes sense. Yep. Okay, let's be very careful here. I forgot we could run now. Na 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 na. We might put the game music back on instead of song requests, to be honest. Sumimasen. Only cause... Okay. Only cause now that we have running shoes, it's not that bad. Sorry. Gomen nasai. My profile is your face. Yeah, it is. I didn't forget. Alright, let's look at Route 3. I don't want to verse more guys than we have to here. Because I don't want to overlevel. Route 3. Leaf green. Kanto Route 3. Oh, here's the map. Okay. So right now... Wait, what the hell? That's not how it looks. But right now we're here. So we'll have to push out here and then go up that way. So we have to verse this trainer. We'll have to verse this trainer then. Let's do it. Camera up to get out of my face. Nidoqueen, get out of my face. Alright. Oh, she doesn't fight you. I thought she fights you. Are there any more trainers here, though? Are there any more trainers? You should change your profile then, no? I'm so scared of trainers. I think there's a trainer or two here. Okay. Yes, okay. Alright, this is where we could get another Pokemon right now. We could oops, move over. We could get a new Pokemon right now. This guy will give us a Pokemon. I'll let you have a secret Pokemon for 500. Let's go. Groudon! Let's go! It's a Groudon! Oh my god! Oh my god! Wait, so let's name it another anime character that's beast. We got Gojo. What would be like a fire type? Could we name him like Kakai? What do you think? We have a Suicune, and we just got our second Pokemon, a Groudon. What do we name him? What do we name him? Because we have a Suicune. This run is going well. We've actually made it past the first gem and the furthest we've gone right now. I'm being very careful right now, though. Since the first Pokemon is named Gojo, I'm thinking to have it an anime theme. Natsu? Oh, that's perfect! Yes, Natsu. That is actually brilliant, Nathan. That's so smart. Damn it. Fairy Tail. From Fairy Tail. You have an idea? Oh, what's your idea? Sorry. Thank you, man, for giving us a freaking Groudon. Ooh, what level is the Groudon? Okay, he's a level 5. He has Mudshot. Oh my god, that's so decent. Anime for life. Alright, we gotta train here. Oh my god, this is scary. So we do have to push Mount Moon eventually, but we can't get our next Pokemon until... Let me see, what did I write down? I have it all written down. I did so much research. So we can't get the next Pokemon until... Well, I'm not going to tell you guys, but until a certain time to make it more interesting. Yeah, that was the Magikarp seller. I've forgotten, so it doesn't matter. Oh, okay. Caspi. We'll train in Mount Moon, I guess. I don't want Groudon being such a low level. Gojo should have been Juvia. Well, it's cool to have it from different animes. Oh my god. Freaking Natsu. I guess we could have... I don't want him to get to level 21. I gotta be careful. Let me start writing down all of their stuff. So Groudon, weakness. I think I already know what he's weak to, but I'm gonna write it down. Water, ice, grass. Water, ice. Wait, he's weak to grass? Oh, because he's ground. He's not fire. That's right. Water, ice, grass kills him. So... we're actually gonna run away here. We're not gonna train here. This is too risky. We're gonna go back to the beginning and train. This will end with Groudon yours. Maybe not. Smile? Groudon yours? Is that supposed to be like a joke? Sorry, I don't get it. I don't think she versus you. We versed this guy. We versed her. They don't turn around, thankfully. We didn't verse him. We versed you. Okay. I almost forgot we could run. Look at the account profile. You changed... Oh, that's the other one, right? You made a new one of my face. I actually really like that one. That's funny. Alright. Route 2 should be okay for Groudon. Okay, he's level 6. It's gonna run away from a seal. I don't think Dunsparce has anything. Mudshot is good there. Water, grass, ice. These are easy types to remember. Ooh, level 7. I don't want to over level though, so let me be a little smart here. I have to figure out how many trainers are in everything. When you cosplay, I change profile. Hell yeah. I mean, like, this will end with Groudon. Yours? Your Groudon? Maybe not. Groudon? Groudon. His real name is Groudon, but I always say Groudon. I still don't get it. I'm too dumb. Sorry, Chi. I meant, like, this will end with Groudon? Oh, you think Groudon... Oh, you think Groudon will survive? You think Groudon... I thought you were trying to make, like, some, like, stupid joke. You think he'll survive till the end? I mean, I hope so, yeah. What? No! Are you kidding me? Natsu is gonna die. He's wrapped and I can't change or run away. Oh, you think an enemy Groudon will sweep? Oh. Are you serious? Oh my god. Groudon is dead. Natsu is dead. Are you serious? We just got you. We were practicing in the grass to level you up, and you can't. And he wrapped you to death. Are you serious? Are you serious, Natsu? We just got you. Oh. I can't use Mud Shot because he levitates. I didn't think he would have wrap. I should have switched out right away. I should have switched out or run away. Oh, I was freed! I was freed from wrap! Oh my god! He survived! That's all. I'll never subject you to that torture again. I'm so sorry. Oh my god. Yeah, I wouldn't get out of PP fast enough. Oh my god. That was Hey, Michael, what's up, man? How are you? Wow. How you doing? I love how I said all that and I came back here to fight anyway. Oh my god. Oh my god. I should have expected a jelly bean. Oh, from Nathan. Wow. Hi, I'm new. No, you're not. If you're new, why do you have a founder badge? Mmm. This one tastes good. Good job. This one actually tastes good. I don't have the points for jelly bean. Sucks to suck. What? Wait, should I mud shot him? I just took down a Groudon with a Groudon. Why are there so many Groudons around? Oh my, that was actually the luckiest thing we got into today. That was scary. A VR YouTuber I watch is emulating Game Boy Advance on their 3090. Jesus. Why 30? How have you been though, Michael? Anything new to report? Look, I'm red. I'm red from Pokemon. Aren't I dedicated? I'm gonna start doing this for every game. I'm actually, well, maybe. Cringe? Oh, okay. But how can you make a Pokemon game look much better? Chi. Does it look much better? I guess depending on the game. Are there certain games that look really nice? I'm gonna get him to level 10. Oops. I'm gonna get him to level 10, and then I'm gonna do some research. I don't know if it's worth going in like this. I'm such an idiot too. I forgot we could teach him. We could literally teach him Rock Tomb. Let's go Rock Tomb, baby. You have no clue. Oh, you cringe from Pokemon. Joking. You know what? Bro? I am cringe. Damn, my glasses look so sexy. It's not like DS and 3DS where 3D sprites are so low resolution. Yeah, I'd kind of be curious to see that. What a waste of a 3090. Oh, there's an ad now, isn't there? I guess I could look at it now. How do you get to Route 4? Oh. Oh, Route 4 is literally just this. Oh, I have to go through Mount Moon. Okay. Mount, moon, leaf green. What was that sound? Oh my god. Arigatou gozaimasu for the cheer. You know, I could stop it. I figured out how to stop it. So I could stop it, like, right now. But I'll be nice. Why is... 6969696. They aren't streaming it, so I can't see why. Oh, okay. It's good they aren't streaming it, so you could chill here. Let me see. Mount 6969. I get it, bro. I get it. We could get a fossil here, right? The trainers here have level 10, 11s. They kind of have high level guys. So I'm gonna train Groudon to level 15-ish. And then push. There's 7 trainers. Excuse me. It looks like I could skip. Let me show you guys what I'm looking at. Oh my god, 69, I get it. Oh my god. Floor basement 1. There's so many team grunts and stuff. How do we get through this? Should I end stream here and figure this out next time? Nah, let me try to figure it out. Ein. Maybe the walkthrough will tell me how to get through it. There are 3 different levels. Head north and wrap around to find TM9. When the fight concludes, grab Paralyze. No, I'm not gonna do all that. Grab, go east. Battle the girl. Turn right and pass the ladder. Stick, face another. Grab the potion. Keep from much that. Go north of that. Go west of that. Turn left and go back to the ladder. It's time to go down. Pick up a star piece. Go. It's another ladder. Another rocket. Before you go down to the ladder, you have to defeat more. I think I'm gonna figure this out for next time. I don't want to screw up. I don't want to lose Pokemon because I overlevel them. So I think we'll. Hey, what's up, Dino? Do you have the music YouTube bot set up? I do, but right now I'm playing. Oh! I did it. It's just Ping hasn't played music in a while. Yeah. We had it playing earlier. I am still live, but I was thinking of going off right now. I was telling it to shut it up. Have fun. But let me. You guys talk or help me. Maybe try to help me figure this out. I have to basically get through this. If you look at my Pokemon right now, their levels. I have to get through this, making sure that they aren't over leveled. Now, I also may have to make sure that they don't die. So Natsu is level 10, you know? And Gojo is level 17. And they could only get to level 21. If they get past level 21, then I have to release them. So Natsu I'm not worried for right now, but he's kind of low. You know what? I'm going to figure this out for next stream. But since people are coming in and we're chilling, we'll go to community games for the rest of the night. I don't know why I was going for so long. Because you put so many numbers. Why do you always get off when I join? I don't know. It's nice seeing you. Repels. It repels, but against the trainers. I'm not worried about the Pokemon in the thing, but just going at 20. Community games? Yeah. We'll go through to community games for now. Alright? Alright, guys. It's been a while. Let's go! It's been a while since community games. Let me just be real smart here. Hi, I'm new! Let me save game. Save to file. Okay. Don't want to screw up any save files, you know what I'm saying, guys? Okay, it worked. Da, da, da. Da, 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 da. Gonna go to end session. Close. Let me just do. Oh, I gotta do a lot of research for next time. Makes it more interesting though. Alright, I'll put music back for you guys, okay? So you could put song requests while I set up, alright? And then I'll read chat after I set everything up. Let's go. I'm doing schoolwork. That's what I read, lol. Let's put this here. Where is it? Here's the browser. Boom! Oh, wrong button. We'll put some stream avatars to chill on the back. Oh, look, my IQ is there. And Nathan's name is down there. Let's go. We'll probably play some JK. L. Oops. Don't look at that, guys. I'm such an idiot. I had to because I don't know if you guys know, Twitch got hacked recently. Twitch got hacked and they stole a bunch of information. So now everything I use, I have to like do it all over again. All right, but it's working now. Let's go. Let's go. I'll be right back. I got a strip, guys. Oh, this is the secret. It's not a black shirt. No. Oh my god. Why'd I get stuck? Just like steps of stuff. Oh my god. Why'd I get stuck? I hate this chair. Put this here. I'm a magician. I'm a magician. Let's go. Let's go. Okay. What do you guys think of JKLM? Is that Pornhub? Nah, I don't go on Pornhub on my computer. I go on my phone. So you're not gonna get me on that. Of course, community games now that I can't be on my computer. Aw, sorry. Sorry. I don't know where the off button is. Here it is. Sorry. I don't want to think. You don't need to play. Save it 2 times just in case. Oh, I loaded it up. It worked out, so that's good. I love how Nathan goes to his other account to add music. Hey, Cashew, look at that timing. What's up, bro? How are you? Bomb? You guys want to play Bomb? Let's go. When you're not home? Aww. But hey, we might be streaming a little longer today since tomorrow I'm going out tomorrow. I'm going to my friend's, has a new apartment. So I'm going there. Please, mods, please copy this and let me change the title. Come join the fun. Yeah, so and I don't need to like edit. I was editing a lot before. This is the thing, and we'll just get it right here. We'll put it here. Look at me trying to be perfectionist. Could put it like here. One moment, please. This is the last thing I have to put. PC games, where is it? Where is it? Why don't I see it? Oh, here it is, it's code. I'll just put it down here. Bada bing, bada boom. And we're good. We're Gucci. Could probably make myself a little bigger, but I'll leave myself small because why not? I stream every... So I didn't stream the past few days. I didn't stream this week at all, aside from today, because I was editing like crazy the newest video that just came out. New video that came out. Which I actually have to put that too. But Tuesday, the thing is Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Eastern time, 9:30 p.m. Eastern time. A lot of Pokemon and then sometimes some community games, essentially. Let's go to commands and let's add a command here. Not add a command. Fix a command, because my YouTube command... I'm an idiot, never mind. But yeah, there's a new video. Pink horny join. Dude, I don't know what I'm doing. You'll see what it is. It's a fun game. And then you'll do some homework. I'm actually gonna hit up the Discord also until people were playing. Don't switch. Community games. Add community games. Alright, we're ready. You have my full attention now, guys. But yeah, that's of course community games when I'm not home, sorry. How many videos you got in upload backlog? None. It got me super bummed. What the hell? Yeah, dementia could get you super bummed, but just don't think about the future. It's fine. Why don't I use community games chat no more? I don't know. You love this song? It is a nice song. Hi, YouTube. This isn't on YouTube. This is Twitch. But I don't have any videos on backlog. Or basically, I had a bunch of different videos planned, and I scrapped them all because I decided to do mostly Pokemon content. To concentrate on one thing and try to grow from that. So, like, the last video I put up was a big Pokemon video. Like, 30, 40 minutes. Caspi! My dog was, like, biting himself. So, yeah. Hi, Twitch. I will start it right now. So, yeah, I'm gonna have to... Basically, every time I record Pokemon, I'm recording for YouTube. And after I record, I edit a bit. Like, all the time. Dementia is scary. You pick good music, yeah? Obesity. You see, player, there are letters, Michael, in the middle. Yeah, and you have to make up words with those letters. So, immunity would work here. Immune. Ah, you lost the life, but you have one more life. Stream the game, I look into it, and it's a horror game. I figured you were gonna make me play a horror game. But that's it. I'm not doing horror games after this. I'm making an exception this month because it's Halloween month. I've been good. I haven't been thinking of dementia. What got you into choosing Pokemon? Well, I'm gonna just say I've been good. Anal. I've been good. But yeah, I've been good. I've just been trying to... I go all over the place. So I've been trying to concentrate on things. Let's go. I'm a beast. What got me into choosing Pokemon was, yeah, I basically wanted to concentrate on one thing. And it's very hard to concentrate on one thing when you're all over the place. It's hard to do well on YouTube when you're all over the place too. So I thought, I like playing Pokemon. I tried a Nuzlocke in the past with someone. Why not try to make content from it? And honestly, I'm really, really enjoying it so far. Because there's so much you could do with Pokemon. But that's so far. Swallow. You should play Pocket Mirror. It fits the Halloween theme. Is it a free game? I remember when Doctor was here and we'd bet. I miss him. Oh, he still comes here all the time. He was actually here earlier, but he goes to sleep early nowadays. So he goes to sleep around the time you would come in, probably, or like earlier even. Yo, because of literally because of Pokemon, all I could think of is Psywave and Psychic for that. Teats? Nathan's out. Pocket Mirror is free. Is it a community game? Can I play with you guys? I miss him. How many points do you have? Uterus. Sheesh. I lost a life. Did they just say what I thought they said in that song? I must have heard it wrong, right? Analog? Are you thinking analog? Oh, analogy. No. Follow. You should play Breath of the... Bro, I'd beat Breath of the Wild. Come on, bro. Ride on. Cry. Oh, it's solo? I might play it on my own time, but I don't know if I'll play it on stream then. Russian roulette. Yep. This game's kind of like Russian roulette. Let's go. Come on, Michael. Long as well. I played Breath of the Wild on stream, Chi. I beat the game, but, you know. By the way, if anyone wants to join, you're more than welcome to. I know you guys can't, but I'm just, I mean, for anyone who might want to. Paper. Go with paper. Or play Ratchet and Clank. Bro, honestly, I've heard from another person that it looks very nice as well. The new one. I should get it. Yeah. Ripped apart. Your Own Time is a good choice. Your Own Time? What is that? Especially nice. Is my face too small here? It's fine, right? Happy face joined, okay. Oh, did I make this public by accident? I might have made this public by accident. It is what it is. It is what it is. I 1000% it, and it's so pretty. Yeah, maybe I'll play it. Off stream, though. And Your Own Time is a good show. By the way, every time you guys... Gee, keep in mind, when you say something and I'm, like, lost, it's because I'm stupid. It's not you. It's not you guys most of the time. Just saying. Like, my brain goes all over the place. So, like, I'm... My bad. Very fun to mess around. What's the... How long does it take to beat that game? How about Pi? Pi should be good here. Again, Metroid. Oh my god. Aw, he's out again. Metroid Prime. Bro, I don't like scary games. Scary games like freaking scare the hell out of me. Oncology or something could be there? No? See ya, maybe. Alright, see you, Dino. I'm happy at least we're able to pop in for a bit. Oh, this weekend. Oh, next weekend we're gonna do a stream for God Monkey stream. It's gonna be a scary game on Saturday at 8 p.m. Eastern, I think, or Sunday. I think Saturday, right, Nathan? Oh yeah. It's only 5 to 7 hours. I remember the deal. Do I have to show everyone or just you the volleyball? Double that for all endings. Oh, that's cool. That's very short. That's shorter than I would expect. Bro, this is not this is not music. I like this guy though. Bill Words. No. Yes. I've been in love. but she didn't love me back. I'll be ready if I'm not riding my motorcycle. Oh, look what a show off. Send a picture of your motorcycle. I want to see it. Pringles. Damn it. I can't think because... Oh my god. See you, Dinell. Arigatou gozaimasu. Thanks for popping in, bro. Sega. Mega. Let's go. Huh. MP. Armpit? What? MP? What is this? The hell is this? Kind of sounds freaking good, bro. Oh, man. You're gonna lose, bro. Humper. Humper would have been good there. Aegis. I'm on a buffalo. What a good song. Buffalo. The police. Buffalo. Oh. Surmise. What the hell? What are these words? It sounds so nice, but it's like killing Native Americans. What is this song? What is with CI? Cinder. That sounds so nice. I mean, it sounded nice, but the words were interesting. I'd have to reply Pocket Mirror to know how long it is, but it's not a ridiculously long game. Oh, okay. Oh, when you said 5 to 7 hours, I was thinking you were talking about Rift Apart, Ratchet and Clank. 5 to 7 is not long at all for a game. Family. This song sounds nice too. Discord? What? Pompous. No, what happened? Oh. Oh. No. What happened? The song sounds nice. You got a Discord? Oh, okay, okay. That's probably important. Enjoy. Sheesh, what's up, Johnny? You joined at an okay time. I don't mind going a little further today because I didn't stream all week, so. Pay cash? I don't know what that is. Nah, you didn't join at the end. How you doing though, bro? Puck. I can't get the most recent video to play. What? I pressed give. Whatever. I'm vibing too. I'm feeling pretty good. In Pokemon, we got kind of far today. Well, I have to do research. Oh, thank you, Nathan. Thank you very much for putting the link in case Johnny would like to join. How long is the song you want to put in? Rave. Living Tombstone. Nico, what's up? How are ya? I like those memes you sent me on Twitter. Very nice. Thanks for watching my video too. I hope you enjoyed it. I'm good. How are you doing, Nico? I'm so shit at the game. There's no point in me playing. Yeah, I know you. You've said that before, but like, yeah. I mean, you don't need to play if you don't want to. Peer is a word. Hey, thanks, Nathan. You guys want to change to a different game then? We could do words on stream or Gardic. Gardic phone is fun, right? Careful. 30-minute The Roost. What is that? Insightful. Gardic? I want Judge, but Judge? What just happened? I'm so confused. Did you watch my last Dragon Ball Super AMV? I don't think so. Ah! I want to type in couch. Hey, Cortez, what's up? You're so slick, bro. He joins in the game but says nothing in the stream. How you doing? Garlic. But Cortez just came. We'll play like 1 or 2 more games of this and then switch to Gardic. Yeah, what is this? The Roost. Let's go. We'll play until I lose, and then we'll go to Gardic. How about that? Ooh. Aw. Aw, that sucks. I haven't played COD in forever. I haven't played COD in forever. Hey, is that Johnny? I love how everyone joins when I'm like, oh, we'll play like 1 more or whatever. What's up, G? New season just started? Oh, damn. What's OLO? What could be good with OLO? Colo, Bolo, Polo. Maybe try Polo? Colo works? I don't even know what that means. I'm eating all these Altoids. Now I have none left. What? Manra? Panria? What? What is this? BRB? Alright. Penis, nice. You're quick on that, bro. You've been wanting to type that in for a while, huh? Hey, let's go. I want Nathan to win. No, I didn't play Metro. Damn. Everyone's talking about Metro now. I don't like scary games. I watched my cousin play it though. I used to watch my cousin play video games a lot when I was younger. It looks scary. Who's cow? Tips. I keep forgetting if I made it private or not. I think it's public. It is what it is. Insightful. Excuse me. Jesus. Calm down, Ping. This sounds like a nice slow song. Not trying to sleep, but it sounds nice. Acts. Since we have more people, we'll make 1 life each. What do you guys think of that? Ooh, I have one more L type. Cisgendered. Oh my god, that's such a good word. Ah! So many letters. Cisgendered. Bait! Damn it. Thank you, Nathan. No, I just realized you got out. It's between me and Cortez. I'll join for the memes. Okay. Very nice. Let's go with me. Huh? Me's is a word. Jang. Dang. No! Ah! I need another life. I need one more letter. Q. Quail? Quail? Let's go! We both have 2 lives now. This might take too long though, so I'll add a... I'll reduce a life for a life for next one. Pink horny. Puck. True. I just realized. Ooh. Huh? Haha. Always put plural if something doesn't work. Pale. Did you know that Far Cry 6 came out? Nope. When did it come out? I'm not really that much of a video gamer, to be honest. I've played Pokemon since I was a... Let's go! I played Pokemon since I was a kid. I played RuneScape. My parents didn't let me play games when I was younger. They're only on the weekends. I played Halo. Like, I played a good amount of games, but I never, like, went too crazy with gaming. But, yeah. I like interactiveness more. I do love Pokemon, though. That's a great game. I'm horny for financial stability. Oh. Aren't we all? Subscribe. Hey. Johnny joined. Cortez joined. She said they'll be back, so I guess they didn't join. Cowgirls? What? I love how there's a whole side kind of... What is this song? It's so, like, slow. Animal Crossing? Oh, this is what the roost is? Yeah, this is 30 minutes. D. Nelson's the same song. Okay. It's got like 6 minutes past, so we're okay. It's a nice song. I'm being told to do room cleaning. Oh, I see. That's important. I don't know the words to it though. Narcotics. It's a very deep song. Definition, you spelled that a bit wrong there. Oof. Nugget, why'd you give up? You had an extra F, you were fine. You just didn't want to think for it or whatever. Alright, that's fine. You have another life. You could go like 4 or something. Excuse me. Ice Cube. Yeah. Don't disrespect an LA song. Nah, this is a very popular song. How am I disrespecting it? I'm trying to sing it. Okay? I can't say certain words in it, but I'm trying my bestest. One time, my friend was driving the car, and he rolled down the window next to a cop car, and he says, "The police," right? And he's so stupid. And then the cop car goes, stops him. He's like, "What'd you say?" Oh my god. You left, Johnny? Phosphorus. Let's go. Welp. I bet you could have won, too. I don't know what CS would be. Rocks? That's not how you spell rocks. Why didn't you create an anime channel or something, which is not gaming? That's a great question. Give me a second. Oh, happen. Thank you. I do have a reaction channel. Yeah, I don't know what BB is. Babbling. Oh, nice. Under ESTA. Jesus, Cortez. Nice. Gets A in English in school. Can't even spell definition. You put 2 F's. Probably by accident. Do you plan on doing a VODs channel? I have a VODs channel. I have a VODs channel. That's the first time I got that question, so yeah, I'll put it in right now. Where it just shows all the streams. But I just started it recently, so it's mostly the Pokemon streams. Wow, good job, YouTube. That's the link. Oh, I'm stupid because I didn't go to my channel. Here it is. I have an anime reacts channel that I've only done a little work on, Nico. But the anime reacts channel, I'm waiting for Attack on Titan to come out to react to more stuff. But honestly, yeah, I probably should do more anime related stuff. Is it better to have a VODs channel? I just upload all my VODs unlisted and put them in a playlist. So the reason I put it as a VOD, like, I've had people literally tell me before that they watch the VODs, like if they miss the stream. So, which I do for some streamers too, actually. So that's the main reason why I put them public. Also, I'm not worried with anything. Like, I don't mind if anything goes out. Like, I feel like I'm not gonna get canceled for anything, so I don't mind putting all my VODs up. For those 2 reasons, I put VODs up. Yeah, but I don't think it's. I think it's better if you're okay with putting it up as a separate channel, like as a VODs channel. But really, yeah, I don't know. When I was streaming on YouTube, people would watch the streams afterwards, and I'd just leave the streams up at a certain point. I forgot to put 1 life. You see how long it takes when you have 2 lives with 2 good players? Oh, fair, yeah. Jesus, the song's long. Nathan, don't put songs longer than 7 or 8 minutes, because that's abusing your mod status, okay? Hey, arigatou gozaimasu. Thank you. Minus 2,000. We're getting up there. How you doing, though, Cashew? How you doing? How's life going? I didn't know they say that. I've never listened to the song till the end. Nico be like, yeah! It's a nice emote. Life is true! Same. Same. Life is. Who has 3 lives? Jesus, Cortez, you got good. But I beat you once, so it's okay. The bot don't stop mod songs. I know. I don't think it can. I'll have to look into it. I don't think it can. It's really kind of dumb. Actually, I could look at it right now. So if I go to settings, there's a queue limit. There's a max free request duration, max paid request duration. Exempt user level. Here it is. Broadcaster. Haha, now you can't do that anymore. I'm such an idiot. Why don't I ever read the settings? Alright, there we go. We're good now. Damn, Cortez is beast. I just fixed it, Nathan. I'm just an idiot. Thank you. Yeah, no worries. Testicular cancer. That's a pretty terrible thing. Since I lost this, we will go over to Gardic, though. So, if you guys want to play some Gardic phone, that should be some fun. Fine, I said. Let's go to Gardic. I might as well set it up right now. Why'd you have to win? Oh no, it's fine. Look at that smiley face. No worries. Gonna play Gardic now though. So see you guys Unless you are joining. Let's make some. Oh, we're going to get. Anyway. Choose a character and log in. Only logged in players can access the lobby. Ooh, interesting. They added something on Gardic. I don't know if I want to do that. Now that PP is gone, I can still see that. But let's get the invite link here. Yeah. I saw you're getting excited. Sub to Vaz now. Let's go. Thank you. Arigatou gozaimasu. I appreciate that. I did not know that. Yeah. I'll just X out of that. I should have seen what Keshu was saying, but it's too late now. Actually, let's just turn the counter off. We'll go to browser. There we go. Let's go F11, baby. And we are Gucci. Don't you get a copyright strike making reaction videos? Great question. Sebastian. Why does Sebastian sound so familiar? I forgot about Sebastian. Why does that name sound so familiar? The Fire. Yeah, you were trying to put that song, right? You do get copyrighted for reaction videos, but if you do it a certain way where you don't show too much of the video, then it doesn't get flagged. But it is a bit annoying. They're usually good, Chi. The worst thing is when randoms come in, but... And it's not the worst. It could be the worst thing, but... It's usually fine. You could joke around a little bit, though. Okay, normal. I mean, you could... Like, Twitch TOS friendly, you know what I'm saying? Sebastian is my little avatar. Oh. Where are the avatars? What do you guys want to do first? What mode do you want to do first? Let's do that. Yeah, I was thinking knockoff too. What is the great answer? No rush, please. I had to play with horny teens. Oh. Yeah, sometimes it's just not fun. It's too much, you know? But usually it's pretty good with our community. We'll do a knockoff for now. We might go to no rush. What is the great answer? Yeah, you have to do reaction videos a certain way. You have to not show too much of the actual content. I don't like doing reaction videos much, to be honest. It doesn't feel like much work. But reacting to anime is kind of okay because people have asked for it. And yeah, I don't do it too much though. So, all right, what do I want to draw here? I talk too much. But that is the answer. All right, let's go like this. Boom, baby. Such a good drawer. What is that? What is that? Okay. That's me. We gotta have a sun in here. I'm so good at this game. We got some crazy sunshine in here. Okay, we gotta get some fish. Maybe he's going hard. Maybe I'm going harpooning. Ooh, harpoon. Harpoons are cool. Cool harpoon. Boom. Gotta. What are you guys? What is this? Oh my god. What is this? Line is dropping things for Skip. This not song. What are you guys sending? Oh, this is an actual song. Okay. Sorry, Chi, I had to skip that. Gomennasai. And this disclaimer. Yo. Yo, this sounds really catchy already. I love when they do the boop, scratch the records. Yeah. What the hell? This is so weird. Why are people hating on the fire department, bro? They're so cool. Oh, we gotta do this. It's an outrage. I gotta get some more fishies in here. Yo, my name is Pink, and I can't really sing. I got a ding dong. I'm good at songs. Bars. I own no cars. I don't know. Yo, I should become a rapper. I was looking at music streamers. They're so big. I feel like I could be a music streamer. I wouldn't be that good, but I got my guitar, I have my piano. I just don't know that many songs. Excuse me. This is so hard to recreate that I just ended it there because it's so hard to recreate. What are your guys' favorite modes in this game? My favorite mode is the animation mode. You should not be a rapper? Why? Bro, you've heard me rap. I'm so good at rapping. Fire department. Ooh. The fire department. They don't got carpets. Ooh, bars. I wish I had photogenic memory. This is such a catchy song, but the words are like so dumb. But it's so catchy. Fire department. What's wrong with the fire department, bro? There's fire department. I already forgot how this looked. Is that bad? There wasn't water, right? Now it looks like a palm tree. I don't remember. Oh, maybe there was green. Oh, there was green. There was green in the background. Oh, there was. Wait, there was. I think there was green on the bottom. I think it was like this. That looks more right. That looks right. I'm a good rapper. What are you talking about? Just because you're jealous, bro. Yeah, I'm not a good rapper. Listen. Damn, isn't that crazy? Every new person that comes into chat right now, like any person that sticks around from now on, will not know about me when I had red and blue hair. That's crazy. Unless they see the YouTube video. I can't believe it went away so quickly. I actually liked it quite a bit. Should we do another crazy sub goal? Nah. I'd rather do a YouTube goal maybe? I don't know. It was something like this, no? Oh no, there was an arrow. It was like a black arrow to something. Rap, I was there for that. You want me to rap? Okay. Ooh, McDonald's. McDonald's. I'll rap in 1 second, okay? Yo, you're so slow that the po-po is coming after yo ass. I don't know. Mickey D's nuts. What? Fries. I was here for an important era of Ping's legacy. True. Bars. Exactly. I have bars. I think people are just jealous, you know? Like, Nathan is just jealous. Like, I don't blame you, bro. I honestly don't. Like, I would be pretty jealous, too. If I knew someone like me that had insane bars. Well, how do I do this? What even is this? Bars. Bars. I don't care about cars. I don't live on Mars, but I got them bars. It's just on another level, I feel. Hey, let's go. Chitoru Michiru. I helped Ping and Throne. Nice. And then you attacked me. McNugget Man. Heart. Cortez. Ping Poong. No cashew, huh? That's a harpoon. That's a harpoon, guys. Let's see what Cortez comes with. Hey, nice. I don't know why you changed the color of the fish, but you know. I don't... Johnny, you usually draw well. What is that? I guess you didn't have time, right? And it just went downhill from there. I thought there was no color even there. Ah, you got the color right. That's good. That's good. Yeah, I figured you didn't have time. It was hard. That's what she said. Nah, yeah, it is hard. Yo, that's good, Cortez. Nice drawing. I love how Squidward, what's his name? Patrick? He becomes like a dot. But that's nice. That's not bad. This is very nice, though. Cortez draws well. How did you see this from the... You tried. And then you changed. How do you see a different color? How did I make it longer? Oh my god, what's going on with us? It was like an optical illusion. I thought it was longer for some reason. Let's see what Johnny got. Hey, that looks beautiful. I love seeing shade in this game. It's so cool. You're making me hungry. Is that crazy that I'm hungry from that? Let's see what she got. Ah, there's not enough time for this mode. What do you guys think of doing animation mode next? Well, mine was... I don't know why I put MC. What is that, Minecraft? Oh, no, it's McDonald's. That's what I... Yo, that's a nice cup. That's actually how they look. Well, like the large or the medium, right? This is like a small. Oh my god, I'm literally salivating. That's crazy. I drew my profile picture. Wait, you did? You did! I don't see your guys' profile pictures unless I click on your name. Pokey Fries. What were you pointing to? The height difference? Did I lose half a foot for losing my hair? Oh, I changed the arrow. That's interesting. I didn't pay attention. I grew arms, long arms. Animation's really fun though. Even if you suck, like, could try your best, you know? Yeah, I don't know how I screwed this up. I forgot about the knife completely. And I look like a palm tree. I don't know what I was doing. Cortez made it closer to the original. Did you watch the stream? What is that? A slanted tree, but not bad with the amount of time. Wait, why are you guys laughing? No? Damn, good stuff then, Cortez. Sheesh. Alright, let's go with normal. Let's do at least one normal. Do you know 007 Bloodstone? Nope. What is that? Pokey Fries? What's a Pokey Fry? Like Pokemon? Jesus. Of the Office. Jesus eats a pork-filled hamburger. Jesus calls Ping on the phone. Let's go. Oh, I love this song. This is from Code Geass, for anyone who doesn't know. Amazing song, amazing show. This song... Oh, God. What's up, Blake? Blockade. How you doing, bro? Thanks for the jelly bean. Whoa. Oh, yeah, I was rapping before. You should have heard it. I could give you advice, bro. I'm the best rapper. Right, guys? You've heard me rap before, though, right? Ah! Ah! Oh, this is disgusting. Oh my god. This is actually nasty. Ugh. I don't know how to draw. That doesn't look bad. Pippi is an amazing rapper. Thank you. Ugh. Oh, thanks for putting the link in, Nathan. Nutty Pucky. What is 007 Bloodstone? I'm sure you could teach me a thing or two. I'll sign up for the next class. The best. True. I'm good. I'm good. Thanks for asking. I'm doing pretty good. My friend is moving tomorrow, so I'm going to help him. You're writing. Oh, hell yeah. You want to let off a bar? My poor fox. What do you mean? That's a fox. Hey, he's smiling and everything. Isn't that nice of you? Ugh, this tastes not good. What is pokey fries? What is this? What do you got? Pokey fries. What is this? What is this? It looks like fries. Popeyes? What is this? I don't know. Whatever. Ping becomes a clown. You got like 4 ideas, 2 of them I think would really land. Hell yeah. Were you nervous last time? Because like I remember the battle before that, it was like mad good. Like one of your battles was like really good. But the most recent one that you showed me, or that I've seen, it looked like you were nervous. You couldn't get like your lines out or something. Ugly. What the hell? Wow. Wow. That looks like a Nazi sign. Let's get rid of that. I can't type ugly. How do I show that this is ugly? I can't make a color because then that's racist. Maybe if I just draw more people. It's probably a better way to represent the word ugly. I don't know why I thought of people, but I guess this will work. Let's go with red. Now he just looks like a giant. Oh my god, whatever. I'll try my best. I wasn't nervous, I just had a lot in my head. I was running through it fine at first because I practiced for like 4 hours straight. Damn. Got through it fine. But when I got there, all the stuff that was on my mind kept making me blank. Damn it. Literally couldn't... That's so... Yo, honestly, it would be so interesting. Like people talk about the flow state, right? And it's like a state of mind where you just do things without thinking and you just get stuff done, right? If you could, like, how do you push yourself to that state? If you could figure out how to do that before a battle, that would probably be so helpful. So, like, exercise might help. Like, I don't know, but, you know. No color is racist towards white people. Yeah, that's why I just left them white, I guess. In 2021, you can make racist jokes. Just only to certain people. I think. Like, I literally couldn't remember anything. I'm in that state while I'm writing, and I'm typically in that state before a battle. Oh, damn. Sounds like flow. Yep. That's awesome. Yeah. Flow state. It's interesting. Completely clearing my mind, not think of anything. I just act. But how do you completely clear your mind? That's a pretty... What the hell? Hydra ping. I have a knack for tapping into it. I just stopped thinking. But how do you stop? That's so hard for me to do. Not like I think so, like I'm a genius or anything. I just overthink a lot of things. Like for me, music is a big thing that could snap me out of like things. Double ad? Aw. I'm sorry. One of my keys is to just act. Like you pretend like an actor, or just do it. But that battle I can't do it. Yeah. Jesus calls Ping on the phone. What the hell? This goes to me on the phone to answer out. Ping, could really use your help. I'm ugly and I'm peepee. Come on, Nathan, try to draw it. Ugly peepee. That could have been a different drawing. Ugly peepee. It's good no one got that drawing. But everyone knows peepee's ping pong. I love how he has this beard. That was great. Fun fact, when Genshin Impact is done, I'm going to be 20. No, what? What, it finishes in what, 5 years? 6 years? 5-6 years? Three-headed snake walking on lava. Oh, so it was a three-headed snake. Three-headed snake, but it's just pink. What the hell? It's not just pink. Hydra pink. Come on, try to do it legit, Nathan. Even if it's just wrong, just do it, or you'll think. You're not ugly? I would say mediocre or slightly below mediocre. Draw your profile picture. Lol. Nathan. Try. At least try. If friend's head exploding. Bro, how are you supposed to... I don't know, bro. Cortez, I'm sorry. Imagine it was friend's head exploding, though. That would be pretty cool. Nathan, you gotta put the effort into it, or it's not fun, you know, for everyone. Freaking Nathan's profile pic, so savage. I know. Imagine he drew that like perfectly, or tried to at least. Pink horny. Pink becomes a clown. English teacher. Nice. For anyone who doesn't know, I was an English teacher in Japan for 2 years, teaching English in Japan. Before I came back here, Pink goes from English teacher to a clown. I might as well be a clown now, right? I'm in Japan. I'm in America, streaming. Fox hiding behind a tree. That's a beautiful fox. Okay, I'm too high on laughter. Baby giraffe. It's not a giraffe. At least you recognize that it was an animal. Yeah, it kind of looks like a giraffe after Johnny's nice picture. That was good. Welcome, Nutty Pucky. What should we do? Ooh, solo. The useful mode to play alone. Oh, that's so depressing. Okay, let's go with... We'll play 1 or 2 more. Getting kind of tired. TBH. What do you guys want? What do you guys want? I can't think straight. Okay. I love this song. This is from Barto. Secret? Secret is very annoying, but you can't you can't see what you're drawing. So is anyone okay with doing... Is everyone okay with doing secret? If someone's not okay with it, we'll do something else. You know what? Let's just hold a poll. Score? Yeah, score is decent. Sandwich? Let me we have so many different ideas. Secret, score, sandwich. Baku, yes. Barto opening 8. Yes. We'll go with score since Pookie is new. So we'll just be nice. We'll go with score first. We'll move on to possibly secret and then sandwich. And oh, you disconnected? No! What is that timing? Oh my god. Here, I'll do this in your honor. Eating chicken McNuggets from McDonald's. There you go. I got you, bro. I got you, Johnny. By the way, if you don't, you guys can request music if you'd like. And you can also see what song it is. I think, yeah, like that. Sheesh. Someone has fantasies about this, apparently. All right, let's do. Bed. How do you draw a bed? I'm so bad at drawing. I actually love this song. It's so good. Rain. I remember you putting that song before. Okay, I have to concentrate. What am I doing? Oh, excuse me. Jesus. Ah, the stupid bean, bro. It's so nasty. I should have made it see-through. Like a little transparent. There we go. Oh, come on. Give me a moment. We gotta make the pillow. Gotta make the pillow. Okay. It's pillow. Someone's stalking you at your home under your bed. Let's go. This is so weird. That looks like a baby is falling off the bed. Why am I so bad at drawing? Okay. That feels good. Feels good, man. Wasn't Baku made by the same person as Bluebird? Oh. Was it? I'm not sure. You know Bluebird is famous in Japan too, but not because of Naruto. It's just a famous song. Or am I thinking of a different Shippuden song? You might be. You might be right. I don't know. Rocket Baby? Baby fell off the bed. Yep. Right? There's so little time. Yeah. Random. Ping Pong has an animal mask on and says random. What does that mean? This game is hard, Pookie. What should I call it, by the way? Is Pookie okay? That one was like okay, but still tasted weird. I can see you guys are very creative people with your ideas here. I look so stupid. Oh my god. Come on. We'll go like that. Why am I... Oh my god. I'm concentrating so hard. Oh my god. This game is so frustrating. We're gonna leave it at that. I can't. I just can't. Follow it should work. I don't know why. It might take a second or so. No, that's their nose. That's the nose. Let me fix it. Let me fix the nose. I'm Jewish, so I could make it longer, I guess. I don't know. No, you're not dumb. I'm just bad at drawing. Why didn't it show followage? Let's see. The song sounds nice. The song sounds like a Johnny song. Song Johnny would put up. Commands. Yeah, followage should work. Hug? Does hug work? Oh, hug works. Okay. Ooh, nice. Cube man smiles at frowning triangle. Oh, I wrote cube man instead of cube, but it's fine. Yeah, I don't know why followage isn't working. I love the song. Summer's sky. I will rise to the summer sky. What? I never actually tried to like translate it. Eating chicken McNuggets from McDonald's. Let's go. Very beautiful, Cortez. Oh yeah, I forgot it's points. Points work so weirdly. Eating McNuggets for nuggets. Eat McNuggets, win nuggets. What? I guess it's a yeah. Only thing to eat in McNuggets, McDonald's is nuggets. Well, we all got points. I love lovers. Yeah, this song is great. Nintendo GameCube eats corn dog. Beautiful. Gray cube, yellow rectangle. Not wrong. Good try, Nathan. Very nice picture, Pookie. Cube man smiles at frowning triangle. I was close. Nintendo GameCube. Well, it is a cube. PP telling to try to draw. Yes, I was telling you to try to draw. Fucking draw. Ping tells me to go back to draw. Damn, it sounds like I'm such an asshole. Draw. Listen, I'm just saying to put effort. That's all I'm saying. Just try your best. Ping is desperately asking you to draw. Not like that, but Ping randomly becoming a furry. What's wrong with that? Okay. Oh, is that what that was supposed to? that was good. And I love how you put random here, like, cause I'm randomly. That was a good one. That was good. Random. You should get points for that. Oh, but I guess not. Furry pink. How did you know that? What? What the hell? Someone's stalking you at your home under your bed. It's a good drawing, guys. You can't even lie. It's a good drawing. Man's. I knew it, but the baby falls off the Why do I have a child that looks like me? Big ping put small ping on rectangle. Not wrong. Alright, so we got two. Cortez wins. Wow. Cortez wins in a lot of games. We had to finish it there because Johnny's joining. He got kicked out. You guys said secret and sandwich, right? The red and blue hair is genetic. Even though I dyed it. I don't know, I have hiccups. Okay. Did you just put exclamation point link? Oh my god. You put exclamation point link and I was like, I never made that a command. And then Nathan puts the link. I was like, damn. Good job, Nathan. Thank you. I appreciate it. Nathan's a bot. Alright. We'll do one more. So I'm gonna hold the poll for the last one. Then we'll end stream. Question will be, which mode? We'll go normal, knockoff. Please vote. Secret. I heard people say secret and sandwich. Animation. I don't want to do no rush. It takes too long. Speedrun could work, but I just skipped it for some reason. So yeah. What's up, Jessica? It's been a while, man. This is the last game, so join if you want to play. But how are you? It's been a while. Haha! Yeah is banned. It's too long. You have to find the shorter version to play it. But the shorter version is not banned. It's just the long version. This song sounds nice, yeah. Na, 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 na. Yep. See, it works. Yeah, I was surprised. Like, what? Ooh, we got 3 people for animation. Oh, that makes me happy because I want to do animation. Okay, so more people want animation than not, so we'll do animation. Hold back the river high. Your connection's not good? Oh, okay. Alright, we'll start it then. How you doing, though? So I watched a bit of the first episode with my friends, but I didn't watch anything more. But everyone's talking about it, no matter what country you are in, apparently. I didn't really watch it, no. I guess I probably should watch it, but nah. But it's nice to see. I'm surprised you're up so late. Oh, right. In animation, you can't use the fill button. That's a bit frustrating, but it makes for cool animation sometimes. Let's do this. Aw, thanks, Jessica. Oops, I pressed the wrong button. There you go. Ayaya, ayaya, ayaya. Have you watched that? Yeah, yamete. Who put this song? Oh, this is my background song. I always forget when it goes back to my playlist. Let's do that. Oh, let me turn off the AC. Hey, why'd you? Oh, it was my background. That's fine, I guess. I'm doing good. Thanks for asking. And so you must watch it immediate. Make video reaction. Reacting to content is hard though because it's like a lot of work because it's kind of illegal. But yeah. No. I love the song. Nah, I don't really want to react to it. Sorry. Song not banned. And yeah, any song that's I only banned the ayaya because it was getting too annoying and because I was dumb. I didn't realize I could make it so moderators can't put music over 7 minutes too. So. Nice picture. I'm guessing this is Cortez. Oh, I guess I want to make it like fly away, right? Is it weird that I'm thinking of something because of the 2 balls at the bottom? Wow, he actually filled all of this in, or she, or you know, whoever did this. Did I move it too fast? Maybe I moved it too fast. Oh my god. Oh, there's a delay. Oh, you skipped the wrong thing? Oh, no worries, no worries. Is Emily watching? I have no idea. I know Emily is watching Survivor. You should message her on Discord, ask her. But it seems like she's been really busy with college lately. So I would guess that she's not watching much. Alright, let's go. Let's go. Oh, okay. I don't know if this was shaded or not. I should have paid a little more attention, but yeah, I'm gonna. It seems like it was shaded. Moscow Sea. Oh. It looked like something like that. I think that's actually pretty decent. After this song's the next. You could look at the song queue, but after this, I think. I don't have Discord on my phone anymore. Gotcha. Hey, is that me? Let's go. Wait, was I going like this? Damn, I have to pay attention. Anata, anata igai, yosanai, mondai. I like this picture. I'm gonna guess this was Johnny's. Nai. Oh no, wait. I wanna change it, right? I like how my hands look. Oh, I'm so bad at drawing. I'm sorry. Oh my god. Darling. Uh, that doesn't look half bad. I forgot like half the freaking picture. Oh my god. It would have just been a headless thing. Ooh, the smile is a bit thicker. What's new in your life? Doesn't read out. So you've become my second favorite. I don't read Instagram either. What is new in my life? I don't know if anything is new in my life. Oh, I just uploaded a Pokemon video. I've been doing a lot of Pokemon content. We played Pokemon before this. Really enjoying that. It's really fun. That's a good amount of work too that I put into it, I feel. So there's a video of that up. What else? What else have I been up to? I think that's pretty much it. Let's go, let's go, let's go! I barely finished that. Oh my god. What the hell? What? I love how the arrows are like trying. Did they show arrows? I don't think they showed arrows in the past. They updated the game. So it's like telling you where to point everything? Is that what that is? Because that seems really cool. And why is my hair look so weird? What is this? Yeah, let's go. Wow. Hey, welcome back, bro. Instead of watching Game of Thrones. Oh, that's nice. Hair. It is hair. Yeah, I watched Game of Thrones. It's pretty good. You're a bit late to the game for Game of Thrones. How are you enjoying it? Like, he's online quite a lot, but doesn't ever read it. Team Lux forever. Yeah, like Lux seems to be a very nice guy. Not saying that Clear isn't, but like he would respond and stuff right away or whatever. All right, let's go black. And this gun is huge. Jesus. I think this is Pookie. Pookie? Pookie, yeah. Monkey do very good. Oh, the hair should have fell more. I don't know why I did that. Whatever. I'll fix it if I have time. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. What the hell? What is this? Was that part of the song? I'm so sorry. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, that I kind of did it. How did you? Oh, I just got a haircut. 2 haircuts later, and all of it went away. You guys draw after of it? People saw the balloon drawing. I can't fully draw it because it cut out of my screen. At least you tried. That's good. But he's been busy. He's in Canada. Oh, he's in Canada right now? Bro, I don't talk to a lot of those peeps, unfortunately. Why is there purple hair? That's funny. Unfortunately, I don't talk to them much anymore. We all kind of split and did our own stuff. Whoa! It shows all the colors that are used. They've updated the game. Look, it shows all the colors on top that's used on the thing. That's the first time they ever did that. Wait. It sounds like a nice Chinese song. Shu by si by shu. Yin yang. Mama, I have a mama. Yo. Good monkey, thanks. I'm a good time with Game of Thrones. I'm in season 5. Never been interested in it, but I decided to give it a try. Yeah, I wasn't really interested in it either. And my cousin was like, watch it. So I just finally watched it. I was like, it's a good show, but I think it's overrated. No, I won't, yeah. I won't tell you if I won't spoil it for you though, so no worries. Yeah, it's a nice song. I'll be honest, I have no idea what they're saying, but... Oh, it's about a little boy? A running little boy? Because in Japanese, those kanji letters would equal running little boy. Something running little boy? I love this. The animation gonna look like shit. At least we tried. Nah. I think Nathan is saying he screwed up a bit. It's okay, bro. It's okay. You tried. And that's what's important. I think. Did you just say vagina? I can't draw it fully and now I'm going to bite ice cream. Oh, I want to bite ice cream. I think it's about love. I haven't even read the translation. Oh. Whoa, this is cool. This is such a... Oh, this is the last one, so it has to be like explosion, yeah? Let me not screw it up, yeah? Wait, how do I just... I don't know what to do here, because technically it's over. How do I show explosions? I don't know. You know what? Okay, let me at least draw this. I could draw this part. Zero. How do I do this? What does this button do? What the heck? What does this button do? Ah! What did I just do? What just happened? Why did it just erase the bomb? Alright, well. How do I draw this? I don't... That's why I hate I'm so bad at drawing. I'm sorry. How do I show that it exploded? Wait. I should be able to show that it exploded. Come on, Pink. Come on. Maybe like there's yellow in the middle, and then there's just like that. Am I doing a good job here? Oh, This looks like a 1-year-old. God damn. Were y'all talking about Squid Game? Yes. I've only watched a bit of the first episode. Hey, hell yeah. You're making huge progress? Hell yeah. Just gotta go to France now and practice with the French peoples. Like a lot. Do people still draw Among Us characters? Sometimes, I guess. We haven't played this in a while, to be honest. Hey, thanks for the hydrate. I've been watching on episode 3 now. Oh, nice. Is it good? That's right, it's in Korean. That's a good point. Why is the next song not playing? This video is age restricted and only available on YouTube. Why? I'll click on it though. What? Oh, that was just the intro. Yes, Cortez. Yes. No, Nathan, but okay. 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 It turned into something. That's not bad. Even though I haven't done any... Oh, you haven't done any learning in a couple months? Why not, bro? Korean's cool. That doesn't look half bad. Johnny, nice adding the smoke, the ashes or whatever. That doesn't look that... Ooh! Whoa! They've really been updating this game. Look at that. That's sick. This is the last game, unfortunately, T. I'm sorry. But we do play community games from time to time. I'm mostly a Nuzlocke Pokemon streamer, but yeah. If you'd like to join in the future, that would be fine. 5, 4, 8, 7, 6. I love how it lost its shadow and the color changed to yellow. I think I'd be able to survive in an English or French speaking country. Oh, 100% in an English speaking country. 1000%. Your English is definitely enough. I'm a cute Esper. Very nice. Yeah, Esper is cute. 548760. I had to go 0 because it was the last thing. You know? No? It doesn't look half bad. Maybe I ruined it. I feel like I ruined it. My bad. You read the 4 as a 9, no worries. You could do exclamation point song to see what song it is. I like this song too, actually. Save me? What happened? It's called Racing into the Night by Yoa Sobi. English cover. Oh no. I'm gonna just copy paste. I'll just copy paste the title. Oh, that's why it sounds familiar. It's the English dub of the song we heard before. I'm not 3'2", I'm 2'3". 3'1". Hey, nice! I love how I wink at the end. Too fast. Let's go 3 seconds. Ooh, that's good. That's good. I like that. It's like, that was a good one. I like that. That's sexy. No worries, bro. I recommend the Japanese dub more. Of course, Japanese is better. No idea. Yo, nice. Nice. Oh, I didn't realize it was that the hand was going. Oh, I screwed it up. I'm sorry. No, not bad. Not bad, Nathan. This one is good. I love I like this one. That is pretty cool. Oh, it goes backwards. Yo, it matches the song. The beat of the song. Hell yeah. Ooh, this one's good. I like it. Alright, let's see what Pookie got. I like it. You actually drew the arrows, yeah? I didn't realize that. I'm an idiot. I should have... Wait, did I go? Oh, I went up and down. Okay, I think. Right? I went up and down? Yeah, I went up and down. I'm getting deja vu. Like, this exact thing has happened before. I said I went up and down, and then Cortez drew something with a ball. Jesus. This is what you were saying. It went off of your screen. No worries, bro. It still worked out pretty well. It's so like fun to just change it up. Ooh, that looks good. I like it. Good way to. You're watching Sweden. I watch it in English to practice. Hell yeah. Yeah, Cortez. You should watch it in Korean with English subtitles, or in English with Cortez subtitles, with Korean subtitles. Next song is here, the OO song. You really like this song, yeah? It's an okay song. Ooh, nice, Cortez. Nathan. Not bad. That's what I'm doing. What do you mean? Oh, really? Oh, that's awesome. Oh, actually, Nathan, that's beautiful. It like kind of went to the pop and then it popped. Pookie made it amazing. Well, you all made it amazing. This is a good one. I like this one. Actually, Nathan, you made it nice also. Everyone made it nice here. This one is cool. It looks so fluid. I like it. It's probably the best one. Good job, Johnny. Your screen was cut off? No worries, no worries. I can't be judged. It was whoever got kicked fault. No, I like it. I like this one. I like this one a lot, actually. I think the English sub is better than the CC. I get emotional with the English dub. I can't imagine how it would been if I had to watch it with subtitles. Alright, guys. We're going to end stream here. Thanks for watching. Is there any... Yeah, there's no one to really raid, so we're just going to end it here. I'll see you guys on Monday for some more Pokemon Nuzlocke content. This Nuzlocke is insane, but we're going to make it work, hopefully. We have a Groudon and a freaking... We have a Groudon and a Suicune in our like 8th run. But yeah, can you do a crack stream? I don't care what the goal is for it. A crack stream? Oh, like I smoke crack? Yeah, I'll do that. Great stream. Love y'all. See you guys. Love you too. Have an amazing night or day wherever you guys are. Ping Pong Moosters signing off. I'm gonna start doing this when I end stream. Wait, it didn't work. It didn't work. Damn it. Ping Pong Masters signing off. Have a wonderful weekend. Thank you. You too.